We are about to start the ordinary council meeting, the 31st of January 2023, our first meeting. All councillors is present. Is the attendance just circulating? Thank you very much, Jess. Before we start, I'd like us to open morning's proceedings with a silent prayer, starting now. Amen. Okay. The attendance register is circulating. We are continuing point 3 on the order of business. The application for leave of absence. The office of the speaker has received none. Point 4, the declaration of interest. Is there any declaration by any councillor? Take it as none. Point 5, the confirmation of minutes for previous meeting, minutes of the special council meeting dated 9 December 2023. Tanya, can you just assist us there with the minutes, please?
Moving to the minutes of the special council meeting of December at 2 minutes past 9, starting at page 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and the attendance registers 22, 23, and 24. That concludes the minutes, sir.
Thank you, Tanya. Is there a true reflection of the minutes, councillors? Councillor Nyal?
Speaker, I propose that we take the minutes as read.
Proposed by Councillor Nyal.
It's 2020.
Yep.
Second, Speaker.
Seconded by the DM. That's for the minutes under point 5. Point 6, statements and communications by the Executive Mayor and the Speaker. Executive Mayor, do you have communications?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes. I want to welcome back all councillors after recess. I'm sure a bit relaxed, a bit more relaxed than when we left in the end of December. And I hope you had a good break. Speaker, this is our first council meeting for 2023. And it's pleasing that we've actually just come out of a nice busy December holiday season. We've seen the return of the annual matric rage after an absence of 2 years. The return of many holiday makers who didn't visit because of COVID regulations that were in place previously. So while COVID-19 appears to be a thing of the past, we need to remind ourselves that it's still around. As of 29th of January, we actually do have 7 people in Bitou that are COVID positive. And this is actually the highest number that we've had over the past few months. It's usually been 1 or 2 people. We dropped down to 0 a few weeks ago, and now we have 7 people that are still active with the COVID virus. At the end of every year, Bitou Municipality presents a season plan on how we're going to manage the influx of visitors to Plet and also ensure our visitor and also Plet's resident safety. It's encouraging to have heard from various sources that our municipal staff performed well this year, and we met and even exceeded much of the public expectations. Many accolades were received about the efficiency of law enforcement and our traffic officers, the timeless and efficient collection of waste, the efficiency of our support staff that cleaned our beaches and other areas as well. Despite the challenges of the Eskom load shedding, water supply was well maintained in all areas, and sewage issues were at a minimum compared to previous years. There were issues in some areas that still need to be addressed, but that certainly the services seem to operate more efficiently than in the past. Overall, it was an excellent performance by our Bitou Municipality staff, and they really need to be complimented. Those out in the field, as well as those behind the scenes that were ensuring that the wheels were kept turning. Our management team and staff really need to be thanked for the efforts that they put in and the great job of work that was done during season. An overall report will still come to council in March, and we'll receive a full report from all departments of the work and challenges during the holiday period. And this we need to use to help determine what our needs are for this coming season at the end of this year, and to make sure we improve on the performance that we had. Items for noting in the agenda is the tabling of the draft 2021-2022 annual report and the retroactive approval of the annual budget for 2021-2022 financial year. So while Bitou Municipality achieved another unqualified audit with findings, as announced in the last council meeting, it's evident that we still have to do a lot of work in specific areas, and some areas have regressed, namely council oversight being one of them, the financial management, and also our performance management. Some of the root causes to be addressed are financial controls that have yet again weakened, and specifically over the years from 2016 to 2021. And that's resulted in Bitou Municipality not being able to prevent, to detect and to correct material misstatements that were identified in the AG report. Procurement management processes over the same period were not properly followed, and this led to non-compliance, and it also led to irregular expenditure. Many issues raised have been a concern of the AG for some years, and only 8 of the 22 findings on the previous year were dealt with by the municipality. A further more serious finding is that the 2021-2022 budget was not approved by council. Despite warnings by opposition councillors from the DA and the AUF at the time, the deputy mayor as acting mayor at the time, together with councillors, accounting officers, director of corporate service and the CFO, advised the MEC of local government in writing that the budget had been approved. This is very serious considering the same people are entrusted to discharge responsibility. This deliberate contravention of the MFMA cannot be left unattended either. It's now been confirmed by the Attorney General that the records show that this was in fact the case, and that Bitou Municipality operated during the 2021-2022 financial year without a council-approved budget. This has resulted in 805 million rands worth of irregular expenditure by Bitou Municipality. Thank you, Speaker. Unauthorized expenditure. Apologies, not irregular, unauthorized.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I have 2 parts. The second part of the communications from the Speaker side will be transferred to the in-committee item. I would like also to take this moment to say thank you to all councillors that was in the field during the December period. It's nice to see all of us still healthy, energized, prepared to make good decisions for the Bitou Municipality and its communities. So I hope from my side as Speaker that we will all take hands, work together, and ensure that going forward to the 2023 financial year, that all the decisions that we will be making in the best interest of Bitou Municipality. So thank you very much for all councillors that make themselves healthy, that those who are in the field doing work. Councillor Plana spoke a few times, Councillor Makaba, they did a good work during the December period, Executive Mayor. Thank you very much, and it shows that we take hands and we unify. We can take this municipality and our communities to better heights. So thank you very much from my side. That's it. Councillor Tsabai.
I address you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, before you start the business of the day, I want to remind you about the return motions that return motions of questions that were written and sent to you 3 months ago, if not 4 months. And we reminded you several times, and you seem to disregard the procedures of council. And therefore, we believe that we must take this further now, because really we are showing delinquency now, because as a speaker, you are obliged, when there are motions of questions addressed, you look at them and they must be answered accordingly. It's so unfortunate that you have became very arrogant, not taking charge as a Speaker of Council. Again, furthermore, we are going to take this up because you have failed this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kabai. We continue with point 7, presentations. We have received none. Item 8, items for information, which has been dealt with by the Executive Mayor in terms of delegated authority. The resolution by the Mayoral Committee of its meeting on 6 December 2022. We will then move next. Point 9. Executive Mayor.
Mr. Speaker, there were items, 2 other items that I needed to deal with during the recess. The one was the position of the CFO. A new CFO was supposed to have joined us on the 3rd of January, and he did not arrive. So it was necessary that we advertised after notifying him that we understand he hasn't arrived, and he will no longer be joining this municipality. And we had a notice advertising the position of the CFO, which has been done. And then we also had the designation of the Director of Strategic Services. So that position also needed to be advertised. And that was done as well. So that position has been advertised. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Point 9, noting of outstanding and partially implemented council resolutions. It is circulated in page 29 and 40. Is there anything other noting of outstanding?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, we've updated the outstanding resolution register and that's featuring on the board now.
Any comments?
Speaker, no, I just want to find out whether was I hear that there is an updated list, whether that updated list is the same as what we have here.
No.
Oh, Mr.
After the agenda went out, it was in there, and then afterwards they updated. If yes,
Speaker.
Councillor Manlaba and Councillor Naseti.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I right of anyway? As I read through this list, I did come across a point on conducting an air quality assessment, and this is dated. It dates back to is it August or September? Now I just need to find out what's the progress with regards to that, or is it because this fire was in Guano and we don't matter, be it we breathe air that is not meant for breathing, or do we just go on? Because it does make sense to me that something that urgent is still there and there's no trace of whether or not it was done, and was it done right? What were the findings? Do I need to move my people to a safe space?
As you can note, I think it's 40% progress. What we have to get now is the report because we are working with the district municipality people in terms of that matter. So we'll follow up in terms of getting the report so that the matter is actually closed.
Councillor Sethi?
Thank you very much and good morning all councillors. I just want to make a comment on the issue of the application of the funding on the human settlement side. The application for Mr. Bonfoya. I just want to plead on this council that this process should be fast-tracked. That's my plea. Because I think it has been long coming. I would really appreciate my idea or my suggestion maybe to this council state. What if these people can be given a shack or can be built a shack at the moment? Yes, staying in a shack which is not in a good condition. Think of the rainy days when it's raining, really, the water is coming in and they are not safe. That is my plea to this council. Thank you very much.
Director, see you in WhatsApp.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Councillor Sethi, we had a meeting with Provincial Department of Human Settlements, myself, Mr. Markey and the municipal manager on the 23rd of January. We raised the issue of our applications for funding for those two families for homes. Mr. Charles Lowe from province on that day confirmed that they have received our applications. They are in the process of sending it through their various platforms to obtain final approval, and he indicated that once he is back at work with us on the 27th of January, he will submit it on the normal routing forms for final approvals based on the recommendations received to the decision maker. So there is progress on that, councillor. We will have to look at your emergency housing. We are still busy with the procurement process for emergency housing materials. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any other issues noted? Can we move? We'll then move to the consideration of reports for non-delegated matters. Point 10. Starting off with section 1, which deals with the office of the municipal manager. First item is item C, stroke 1, stroke 06, stroke 11, stroke 22, the resubmission of draft policy, burial or cremation of destitute persons in exceptional cases relating to the deceased. You would find the item on page 45 to page 61. Item is now serving.
Yeah, if you can just allow Tanya to explain what happened for this item on itself in section 8 and in council, it was already approved. Just allow Tanya to explain.
The item serves as a previous meeting in October 2022, when we converted the information for record purposes on the system. We have noticed that administration gave through a wrong annexure in respect of this policy. It was the mayoral fund policy that was also attached to the item. And therefore, we had to bring it back to council. Council has approved it, but with an incorrect annexure at the point in time. Therefore, it's serving again in front of council, Speaker.
Thanks, Ms. Alderman. Councillor Nel,
Speaker, I propose that we accept the item now, with the correct attachments attached. Need to go through.
Proposed by Councillor Nel. Councillor Olivier.
Second.
For that, seconded by Councillor Olivier. The second item on the section 1, item C, stroke 1, stroke 118, stroke 01, stroke 22, tabling of the draft 2021-2022 annual report, page 62 to page 484. Item is now serving. Executive Mayor.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, as we accept the recommendations by the Executive Mayor and the Portfolio Committee, and that we take note of the comments in there and the work that still needs to be done in terms of issues that have not been addressed and issues that we need to address to ensure that we correct all the findings that we have found.
Proposed by the Executive Mayor. Councillor Kolwabi.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to emphasize in the presence of this council, that part of the AG and how people are interrogating, there's a strong public participation that is needed. Most of the time, we always notice that it's only ratepayers that are partaking when it comes to matters of AG report. I would like this council to take a good stance to ensure that all the public areas of our communities, they've got a copy of this AG report, and I would love to say it openly here, that there's nothing is being hidden in the AG report. It's something that is needed to be in the public domain for people to know what's really taking place in the things. So I would love and propose that a copy of each and everything to be done and put in the public domain space so that people cannot have an excuse of not doing part or playing part into the AG report before it comes back to the council. And it also gives us as the MPEC committee more highlight what people are saying when it comes to it. Thank you. I'm more seconding that. Let's do as the recommendation of the Executive Mayor. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Kolwabi. Next item.
Generation.
The C, stroke 1, stroke 119, stroke 01, stroke 23. The tabling of the 2022-2023 MFMA section 72 mid-year budget and performance assessment report. The item is on item page 485 to 533. The item is now serving. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. As we see from the comments in this report, that financially we still, as a municipality, do have a long way to go. There's a lot of items where we need to seriously watch our spending and where our spending takes place. The areas where we need to increase our spending as well, especially around service delivery issues, around water, electricity. But what's encouraging is that the plan that's been put in place by our finance department is starting to show improvement. Our current ratio now is in a more acceptable range of 2 to 1. We've, council recalls, a year ago we were sitting at 0.8 to 1. So there's definitely an improvement, but as I said, there's a lot of work to go, that we need to apply ourselves and work diligently towards to really improve things and to ensure that we're giving proper service delivery, especially in difficult times at the moment with Eskom load shedding. It's putting increased pressure on our waterworks, on the sewage works, on our electrical infrastructure, and also on staff, because it's increasing some of our overtime costs to help keep these all these systems operating efficiently, that we can ensure that we provide the services to our community. And with that, I'd like to propose that we go with the recommendations from the
Proposed by the Executive Mayor.
Speaker, through you, if you don't mind or council don't mind, I would request that the CFO just highlight key areas of underperformance in this report, but we don't repeat what's the same information that is in your section 52D, which is the second code, as well as section 71. I think it's proper that council understand some areas that needs still to be improved, or if you don't mind, but if council is comfortable, we can take the report and we can and then move on. I felt the CFO can just highlight key issues of the request.
I did note your end, Councillor Kamkam. Would you prefer that the CFO first give? Okay, CFO?
We know that yes, any active.
Thank you, Chair, Speaker. Briefly, just take you through the financial portion of it, because I think that's where the crux lies, as the Mayor has already rightly said. And there's a lot of improvement done, but there has been some progress. So we approached this consolidated report for the mid-year, and that includes the monthly section 71. And it's exactly the same information that goes into the quarterly report for the second quarter ending that ended 31 December. So it's a similar information. So when we consider these reports, of course, then we look at information that is exactly the same for in all three of those reports. So if we look at the financial position of the municipality, then an important one to look at is the current assets, and those are the assets that we can convert to cash as quick as possible. And it has increased from 132 to 196 million as at 31 December. The cash and cash equivalents have also increased to 104 million. Now, it doesn't mean that there is money in the bank. We should do the calculation of unencumbered cash. So that is cash that is not tied up in the creditors and the unspent conditional grants. Yet there is a portion available in own funding for operational purposes currently. The total assets have increased from 1.343 billion to 1.393 billion. It seems to be a lot. So if we sell the municipality somewhere else, at least we have 1.4 billion rand in the bank. Maybe we can share. We look at the liability side of it. Current liabilities, of course, you need to read this with current assets. Current liabilities have also increased a bit because of unspent conditional grants that we receive in advance from the grantors, especially the MIC funding, etc. That money is received in advance and it needs to be spent as the projects are rolled out. So the non-current liabilities, that is the long-term borrowing and provisions, etc., is 148 million as at 31 December. So that is future debt that we are looking at. We still have a sound net asset position. You will see there's a lot of issues in the public domain. They're saying that we are bankrupt, and that is not so. There is a cash flow issue, yes, but we are addressing that. So the conclusion on the financial position, as the Mayor have already rightly said, so that there is an improvement in the current ratio. The liquidity ratio is also sound at this moment. It's not within the best practice norm, so there is still a huge room for improvement. We look at funding at the financial performance, the own revenue raised, and there are a few red lights going up there. The negative variance on assessment rates. So we are underperforming on assessment rates collected currently. Obviously, we need to take into account the supplementary valuation role that's still to be done for the but we should consider that there was an additional rebate given to the public for valuation, a rebate of 350,000 per property, which is costing the municipality about 6 million for the financial year. And we should seriously think about not doing a similar thing in the new financial year. Electricity, there's a negative on the revenue, and that is mainly due to seasonal trends coupled with prints of darkness. Eskom load shedding having a negative impact on it. Two factors impacting negatively on electricity revenue. One is the huge increases from Eskom. The other one is load shedding. As we are losing a lot of hours during the day that we sell electricity, of course. Water is also a negative variance. We all know that it is a low reservoir levels. And this is compounding the revenue loss, not only electricity, but water as well, because we cannot sell water as we should have, because the reservoirs are not on the levels that it should be. Sewer charges, there's a negative variance. Seems there are people that are not charged appropriately, or the budget was, there were errors in the original budget that we will fix in the mid-year. Fact of the matter is, it's currently an overstatement, which means that we will collect less revenue than originally anticipated. So the revenue is the same. We have discovered a lot of refuse removal points where people are not adequately billed. That is one of the focuses of the revenue enhancement program, is to ensure that everyone is billed appropriately. Unfortunately, that this has been going on for a very, very long time, and it now needs a remedy, so people will be upset with us. Traffic fines, there's a negative variance. The contract expired. There's now a new contract in place, so it is picking up again, especially over the festive season. You will see the yellow camouflage by red paint boxes on the corners everywhere, so we do trust that that will pick up during the course of the year. I'm going to take the interest. Other revenue sources are also below trend. Seems that council facilities, etc., is also used to a lesser extent than before COVID, so we are hoping that that trend will pick up once again as the years progress. Transfers and grants, of course, those are the grants that we receive in terms of the Division of Revenue Act. Obviously, equitable share is received in 3 tranches, and this first 2 has already been paid in before the end of December, which means that we are overperforming on that specific grant. Other grants, such as conditional grants, we only recognize those grants as revenue once the conditions have been met, so there's still work to be done on those conditional grants. The savings on employee-related costs because of a lot of vacant positions, that's not yet filled. Obviously, it's dependent on the restructuring. And the rest of the affordability issues as identified in the other expenditure items that needs to be funded from the revenue that is underperforming. So basic salaries, there's an underperformance. Overtime, there's overperformance, of course, as usual. And standby allowance was 72% spent already, so we should relook this. Obviously, there are things for consideration for council, such as the 24-hour shifts for fire services, which would, of course, remedy some of these issues, if not all of them. It seems that also in this instance, the budget was balanced by omitting or reducing certain expenditure items based on previous trends. So we have a trend where there is, say, 5 million budgeted for overtime, and then to balance the budget, we make it 4 million. We are on an auction now. Do I have 3? Do I have 3? Do I have 2? No. It means that this is the way the budget was balanced, and unfortunately, the actual expenditure is now showing us that the budget was not appropriately considered. Probably considered, but not set, not drafted properly. All purchases, of course, it's also an underperformance. Consider that the first 3 months of the year is in the peak demand season, so a lot more is expensed in the beginning of the year, and that will definitely reduce to the end of the financial year. So there is also the load shedding thing that reduces the units purchased from Eskom. Unfortunately, certain fixed charges and demand charges will not necessarily reduce, because every time load shedding ends, there's a huge demand and a peak in the power consumption that we are charged for. Underspending telephone expenditures, there's a saving on that one, as well as on subsistence and traveling. Fuel and oil, totally under budgeted. Totally under budgeted. We've already spent 78% of the budget, except for the blatant errors in the budget. I think that no one anticipated the increase in the fuel price as it went up with the war in the Ukraine as well. That contributed to that, as well as all the diesel being purchased by Eskom. Once again, load shedding, thank you very much, causing diesel prices to spike beyond normal. But I would take the soft words on that one. The total expenditures underperformance, so is total revenue. Yet we consider all these factors when we go into a revision of the budget. Debtors management is still not performing well. We are trying our utmost. We have included in this report time it takes in the different areas to collect our debt. It's shocking in some instances, 3.5 years that it takes us to collect the debt that is billed to the consumers. So we are looking at that, and we will present a debt credit control strategy to council that we will follow step by step to ensure that this is increased sufficiently. Capital spending, of course, very low for this time of the financial year. We will reconsider those projects. Those that have not commenced, we will remove them from the budget and look at a revised budget, depending on, of course, the priority and the funding source and the need for the project to be concluded in this current financial year. So there is a conclusion that was before you already. I think when we look at the budget figures as at 31 December, we can conclude that it is necessary to do an adjustment budget and present that to council before the end of February. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. No further comments?
No, Speaker. Just want to be on record, we are not bankrupt. I thought it's very important for the CFO to highlight that we've got a liquidity challenge, similar to many municipalities, but we are confident that we can turn around that situation. But the message that is out there that we are bankrupt, it's totally incorrect and it's devoid of any truth. I think it's only serving to damage the whole area of Bitou, not only the councillors, if it's intended to the councillors or to the administration, but it damages the institution. And we want to appeal to all the public, specifically the Ratepayer Association, that they must be careful in terms of the information that they with the public that is not truthful. It takes only one negative comment, to destroy an institution, because we know currently social media and everything else, people tend to align in believing, what is not truthful to actually then believe what is truthful, So we have to collectively protect the integrity of the institution and ensure that the correct information is actually disseminated. And I appreciate MPEC has said that is disseminated. But of course, we cannot control people who've got other ulterior motives. They always comment negatively. So I thought let's just highlight that properly so that council is in the about situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kamkam, then Councillor Manlaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, obviously the CFO did, this will give us an indication on what we can expect in terms of our adjustments. What concerns me greatly is how it will affect our people. It's a major concern because prior to us approving the budgets, we do go out for public participation, and there are certain service delivery items that will be affected, if we have to lose grant funding or do adjustments downwards. I just wanted to know, because previous times in council, we did highlight our concerns, especially regarding the capital spending, and we have been reassured that, we will meet our targets. So it's clear from this quarterly report that, that did not happen. And I want to know, I know we do yearly assessments in terms of our performances. Is there anything in place, Speaker, through you, Municipal Manager, that council can actually look at this and, in terms of the relevant departments, what measures can council actually place to let them know that they need to perform, because otherwise we're going to sit with a problem, and it will have service delivery implications. Thank you.
Yeah, Amen. Is there a question?
Yeah, not talking. And I can.
Mr. Felton?
Thanks for that. We actually had also the same concerns. Doesn't just reside with one department, it resides over a couple of departments. So procurement of goods and services doesn't reside with each service. It comes through a long process. We have come up with a strategy put it that way, amongst ourselves, the support services and our essential services. The spending is not the issue. The spending, the money is not of that substantial amount that we cannot spend the entire amount. Issue comes with the conditions that attach to the grant. So obviously, it's something like you have to spend 40% of the conditional grant, and it's fairly lean actually. It hasn't got such stringent conditions attached to it. So with me, if you spend 40%, they can actually withdraw the grant itself. We don't generally do that if you have committed funds. That would make no sense at all. So at the moment, to you, Speaker, we have shown our commitment as far as the procurement side is. That we've got contractors in place and ready to start the work. Spending it, the amount is so small, we should be able to spend it before the end of June. Now we're sitting with the fact that the condition we haven't met seems to be a general rule of thumb, which has happened at our previous municipality that we were with. Like we got the full conditional grant. And I think in this circumstance will be exactly the same. But by the end of June, yes, it's not the spending of the grant counts. We can do quite easy. The conditions. So it could be, and it has happened in the previously, where the president has put pressure on the National Treasury and said, you know what, we've got this big crisis that's in KwaZulu-Natal, find money for us. It could be attached to ESCOM. In fact, the ESCOM is looking for money. The only reason they would take away a conditional grant of ours is committed. I'm saying this now, we have to refocus our attention on ESCOM. And then they can say, well, then let's start taking away from municipalities. That would be my major concern, not the spending.
I comprehend what you saying and requesting. In that, I would perhaps advise council there are mechanisms because both myself and the directors have signed a performance agreement. Managers have signed a performance agreement as well. All managers basically I think only 4 managers position which have not signed a performance agreement. 8 have signed performance agreement. Instead of me sitting here and explaining that there's a meeting scheduled to the first tomorrow with Ida Barnard to ask them that they must try and speak to National Treasury to consider not to take the money and all of those things that we are doing on the side. Then request that council consider to put recommendation number 6, says that the accounting officer must report back in terms of why we failed to meet the target. This is specifically big, I think, money that we have received that we have not understand. Why we failed to meet the target of spending 40% of that money. And also, why is our capital spending low? And also include what are the corrective measures that the accounting officers put in place to correct that, so that I don't come in front of council and explain the possibility that myself and Victor may have to come to go to National Treasury to appeal, because we met with COPTA. They don't make that final decision. They understand what we've explained to them, but the decision still lies with National Treasury as to whether they will take the money or not take the money. And I think, I want to be honest, it's risky these days you don't spend your grant funding, because there's priority for national government. There's priority everywhere. National government would not be sitting and waiting for an institution that is not spending its grant funding while there are other priorities. Recently, I think of the disaster of the Eastern Cape after the disaster of KZN. So there is priority, and I would suggest that we take that so that I report only to the council in terms of expense.
Okay. You got a problem? Councillor Mataba?
Thank you. My colleague has actually kept me correctly, because that's what I'm willing to latch on. I worry that we come into these meetings and we make plans and recommendations, but essentially people are supposed to be actually ensuring that these things are in place are not held accountable. And this is not me saying we should actually use an agreement or a performance management as a punitive measure. But to a certain degree, for me, it didn't make sense how we actually got to December without having to spend on our capital budget. This also speaks to the fact that there was, in as much as we have officials in spaces who are actually delegated to make such decisions, no one could interpret what a preferential procurement act meant for us. Now, it's such things that we sit with funding that could actually be taken away. And you know what this means? In the next financial year, we might get half of what we had received, purely because one person failed to do what's expected of them and what they are mandated to do. As it stands, there's a longer list of disaster victims who are waiting on material that could possibly be available after the 28th of February. This is purely because when we sat at budget level, some people were actually on a break that they actually didn't entertain us or guide us in terms of 50,000 or 100,000 is not enough for, let's say, disaster, given previous cases, given previous studies. I need us to change gears. We need to get to a level where when we sit at council, we come together as council and as officials to actually work to ensure that this institution is is properly fueled, but over and above that, nothing hampers service delivery. Because now because I'm looking at recommendation number 5 that the adjustment budget be submitted by the 28th of February. And I urge that whoever is a role player to ensure that they come to the party, to ensure that such recommendations and information is actually provided, so that we avoid a point where there needs to be vehement this and all of that. Because now we sit with situations where people who are supposed to be applying their minds in these decisions are actually at break, that by the time we need emergency material, we need to wait for over a month. How do you tell people who are without houses that, you know what, we are sorry about the situation, we'll leave you destitute for now, we'll see you after a month? So these are things that we need to consider, and this is not me poking in anyone's eye. Let's come together.
Councillor Labai.
For now.
Councillor Tsapai.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I really from the executive and the directors led by the MM to commit themselves. We'll be having an adjustment budget in February, and we are left with months, March and April, because we'll be going to May for another budget again. Are we then going to be able to utilize the money within 2 months? Well, without playing politics, you see, I don't do that, playing politics, because when we talk about these issues, we're talking about service delivery. We talk about the poor of the poorest. And when we have these challenges, we need to come together, not a blame game, as the other part used, because they are very fond of blaming. You see, we must take responsibility. We must take responsibility as council. Because if I wanted to say it, is that the executive is failing. This is a red flag. It shows that this is a red flag, that the municipalities are unable to utilize the funds. So within 2 months, are we going to be able to fast track those funds so as to to be really channeled to where they are supposed to. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me give MM first, then I give to you, Councillor Kamkam.
Speaker, firstly, I take note, and it must be emphasized that the accounting officer is ultimately accountable. To you, Councillor Mandaba, there's no poking of the eye. The accounting officer is ultimately accountable, not the favor or of seen it lied or not lied. The accounting officer is ultimately accountable. This council approved the budget with all its challenges and problems, or things that were not correct. This council did approve budget, and that budget that was approved included the 19 million amount of grant funding that we have received from national, which was supposed to be spent. This council, when it approved this budget, approved a procurement plan that was submitted by this accounting officer, received from the user department, saying this is when we're going to spend the money. It is then the responsibility of this accounting officer to report back to council based on that procurement plan that Pete Bombi submitted to the accounting officer to say we're going to spend the money by this date, why you did not achieve. Then report back on council. So I would appeal that we get that report. We're going to get that report with the adjustment budget in February. Through you to Councillor Zapai, we're going to do a workshop, Councillor Zapai, with all councillors, a specific day when we do the adjustment budget. We take them to the adjustment budget. What are the things that are being adjusted? What are the things that are being removed? What is the risk being removed? What are the things that are being added, adjusted, So we'll have that workshop before that, and that workshop will give engagement for council to understand in terms of what money we must then reprioritize, because the legislation allows us to assess the situation in the first 6 months, and then through this section 72 report, it then tells you, it guides you to say, you plan the following to do in the last 6 months, but you have not done so, you have not achieved so, or you have achieved some. So now you are given a last opportunity to actually correct on the things that you have actually not achieved. So that is the opportunity in terms of this report or section 72 media report to actually reflect on the things that were planned to be achieved and have not been achieved, or the things that the Councillor Zapai is asking, left with 3 months, are we going to be able to spend the money? That's a decision we have to take collectively as we go to that adjustment budget to say, what's the point of keeping this 3 million for this project if we are left with only 2 months and you still have to go out on procurement, and procurement will take you 2 months? It's rather wise to take that money and refocus it on another service delivery priority than to keep it there. So that workshop would outline all of those things, and the specific report will be then given in terms of spending. Usually, councillors take a report on spending on capital project from user department goes to section 80. Now there will be a specific report coming to me from my office dealing to the reason why we did not meet the target and what the accounting officer has done to correct those measures in terms of that. So, yeah, Chair, I thought I must highlight that. Thanks.
Thanks for the email. Councillor Kamkam.
I think I have that also, but I would support the recommendation number 6, and it may actually build into the recommendation in terms of accountability. Are we going to make the decision once we get the report? Then we can make a decision based on, where can we actually move and how can we hold people accountable for the failure to spend, whether it's a supply chain processes or whatever the case may be. But I would support the recommendation from the municipal manager.
Councillor Nel?
Speaker, just adding on to what Councillor Kamkam is saying and what the other speakers have said already. With the report back that we are now asking and want for council, it would be ideal if we get in that report back what role each department plays in this thing. I've heard a lot of discussions about different departments. Others, one of the departments involved here. And I think we need to get in that report a reflection of what the departmental involvement is. Thank you.
To some extent, Councillor Nell has covered me, but I think council also must know the issue of other departments and their role doesn't matter for you as council. You hold me accountable as accounting office. I don't want you to try and worry that if the report says supply chain did not advertise on time, it is me and the directors that must hold supply chain for not advertising on time. That report must come, and from that report, you must hold me as accounting officer accountable. And we'll provide that report. Thanks.
Excellent. Executive Mayor, then Councillor Kolwapi, then we can move.
Thank you, Speaker. As a regional proposer, then I think we need to add a point 6 to say that we need to have a report submitted to the next council meeting from the accounting officer as to what challenges are and what is going to be done to address those challenges by the end of the financial year.
Parliament, have you noted the added recommendation 6? Thank you. Councillor Kolwapi, your hand was up?
Oh, I'm covered.
Okay. The item has been seconded by Councillor Kamkam, if I'm correct.
Correct.
Thank you. Then move. Next item, it is item C, stroke 1, stroke 120, stroke 01, stroke 23. The extension of acting appointment of Director Financial Services for the period 1st January 2023 until 31st March 23. The item is on page 534 to 534. The item is now serving. Amen.
Speaker, I have to first highlight and explain this item because there's an article that went out in the which is disrespectful, distasteful in terms of the character of a person. That was written by the journalist. I did inform them. As you are aware, Chris McVeigh was appointed as a director of finance. We have had a number of engagements with him. And he stated on record that, he would pay a certain amount of money as a salary. And I've engaged with him that we are unable to match a salary of 1.9 million. That was open because the salary of directors is open. But then he said he was going to come back to us. He accepted the appointment, considering that he was then going to move back to Western Cape. Then he then reconsidered, and said the financial loss that he has to take for that period of 10 years is huge. With the upper limit, that is finally approved. And considering that, then I could not, as an accounting officer, for the size of our municipality, advise or agree the actually wanted. So it was something first, not on the 3rd of January. And then on the 4th, he sent them an email thanking council for the opportunity that he has given. But unfortunately, he has reconsidered not to take the position because of the issue of the upper limit, not because of the pressure or that is unqualified. Here we're talking about someone that has managed and advised all municipalities in the Western Cape in terms of cash management, including Bitou Municipality. So the article that is written that is incompetent, it's really an attack on the character of a black professional for some reason, which I don't know what justify people to say that because they looked in terms of the municipality that he's working at now. And everybody seemed to think, specifically from the Ratepayer Association, I must state that when you get a municipality that is in financial difficulty, it then means that over 2-3 months or 6 months or 12 months, you actually resolve that situation. So they've sent a lot of communication to myself and the executive mayor. We responded to all of them. As it stands now, Chris cannot take the position because the size of our municipality is slow. He's already on a district municipality that is on grade 6 in the Eastern Cape. But unfortunately, we could not agree to a salary that is higher than what this council can actually level upon. Hence, this item is here to reverse that the continued acting of the acting CFO be approved so that we then inform the MEC what transpired and the position be advertised. Those are the decisions that the executive mayor has taken during the recess to advertise the position. So that item is actually here now for council to affirm that decision that the mayor has taken and delegated to advertise. The position is closing on the 17th of February. It is a challenge. We may have to think and have an open discussion amongst ourselves, maybe some other time. It is a challenge because the slander that you receive in media or the retired experts who are sitting at home, and suddenly become expert in municipal space and have never worked in a municipality. Some people are not able to really take it. That is why you are having a situation of their staff not wanting to apply for senior management. I think you must just have a thick skin. I suspect we will have a challenge. If you recall, in the last round, we didn't have really good applicants. In the last round, the people that were recommended were all people that work at deputy director level. One person who was a CFO for 5-10 years withdrew from the process. So as only one person, I recall, was a CFO. The rest of the people were coming from, level to together. So we might have a challenge and then we have to work around that challenge. But we have to wait for the closure of the applicants and see how we deal with the situation. Thanks.
Thanks, MM, for that. The item is still serving. Councillor Nyao.
I'll second.
Yes.
Those already.
No, it doesn't.
No, it was not.
Now, that was Rick.
Proposed by Councillor Nyao. Councillor Kamkam. Seconded by Councillor Kamkam. Next item. It is item C, /1/121, /01/23. The declaration of vacancy approval of selection and recruitment process for the filling of position of Director of Financial Services. You'll find the item on page 536 to page 538. The item is serving. Councillor Kamkam, Councillor Olafir.
Speaker, propose recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Seconded by Councillor Olafir. Next item, item C, /1/122, /01/23. The declaration of vacancy, approval of selection and recruitment process for the filling of position of Director Planning and Development. You would find the item on page 539 to page 541. Item is now serving. Remember, see your end.
Just to be context, I think this in the report, the Director of Planning and Development, firstly, started by now, as you are aware, it is approved that he becomes a member of the planning program. So he is nicer today. Especially man is standing in for him. The Director applied for an internal position that was advertised. I think it was advertised for a time. This is a position of Crystal Person when I was here in 2012-13. He applied for that position. I had an engagement with him one-on-one in terms of his application for that position, and he expressed to me why he applied for that position. Then the process, I think, continued. I was on leave. He was then recommended as a candidate for that position. We offered him the employment for that position. He accepted the employment. And I informed the executive mayor then that the Director Planning and Development position then is vacant because Rudolph has accepted the position of a senior manager position within the municipality. So hence this item is in front of council. He immediately wanted to leave the position of the Director as at end of December. Initially, I agreed, I informed the mayor, and subsequently I then called him. I said, agree in order to fast track the process to advertise the position. However, he must serve his notice period in terms of his contract. So he is serving his notice period in terms of his contract, although he himself initially indicated that if there is a way that he actually not serve, he negotiate not to serve his terms of contract in terms of the 2 months. But he is, however, now serving that. So by end of February, his acting will end then. So that's why this position is here.
Himself. He demoted himself.
Through you speak, I don't know, but who would want to be a director when you can earn 230,000 more as a junior official? And also be a director, you don't have to come in council meetings, you don't have to be called in by councillors, you don't have to be called in by community. So I don't know, is it a demotion? I think where I'm sitting, Speaker, at Ekurhuleni, as you have known, that I have applied. I will take a position of a deputy director in Ekurhuleni. It's a grade 7 municipality. It's going to give me 2.4 million annum. I don't attend council meeting. I don't attend public meetings. I just report to my seniors, So I don't know. It depends how you look at it. But from the facts that are in front of me, I don't view it as a demotion. I think I view it as a crisis that we have in local government, also senior managers and councillors who want the council when the salary of councillors is determined by a commission, by a judge, and determined at a certain level over a million and something, and the salaries of councillors is not determined by the same judge and commissioner, but it's all same politicians who are voted through the same process in their political party. But for councillor salaries, and is determined by another minister who himself is also voted in the same process and determined what the salary of the councillor should be. So would you say it's a demotion if salaries of councillors were higher than MEC? If you leave council so it depends on the facts in front of you that you look at it. Some people go to the extent of saying that it's enough in terms of what I can take, what I'm going through in this position. My health is more important than this position, but the bonus is you're going to earn more for lesser stress. Who would, in his rightful mind, not take it that position?
Councillor Manungaba, then Councillor Nyao.
I'm not sure how we want to play this. I hear the romanticism around finances and all of that, but I think a very important, like a very important lesson to actually, or something to actually look at in this regard is our placement, or rather appointment processes. How are we actually doing them? Because for me, I'm not sure what our plan is when we take a person who's actually underperforming in his original role and then we move him to another role, or somebody to actually come into that position and save that office while the other one will be in shambles. And this is not me speaking ill of him or not believing in what he can do, but over a year that we've actually given him time and we've sat with him, none of it materialized, and you all know. So it's a point just I needed to put out there that I think there's actually here money is a minor premise. Major premise is non-performance, however given a chance to actually move to another role.
Speaker, I will be with you now.
Speaker, the recommendation.
Speaker. Yes, I recognize you. There's a proposal by Councillor Nyao. I'm now giving Councillor Apai.
Speaker, I think we must be careful. I didn't want to speak about this item, but we must be very careful of the council. But there was somebody in a position where the director has taken now. He has been acting there for years. And whoever out there here in Bitou, a layman on the street, will see this as a concocted plan. But a director just pushes a person that was in that position, who has been acting for years, and subsequently gets that position. And he avails the director's position that he was. But everybody can see that this is a concocted plan that was done, but my idea is that people who were underneath have not been given an opportunity. It's especially the person who was acting in that position, who has been kicked like a dog. It can go to Labour Council that this thing is wrong. It can be challenged, I want to put it there. But you cannot do that. There are systems in place in employing officials. But this way, it is really a plan that was organized. It is an organized plan,
An orchestrated one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, I have to respond. Because some of the statements made here are directly questioning my integrity, my character as an accounting officer. Firstly, as human beings, we must learn not to speak without facts. That's a fundamental thing. If you don't have information in front of you, never make a decision. And I take serious exception. I invite anyone here who believes this process is concocted, go and open a case against the municipal manager. I challenge you now, go and make the case in the next 14 days against the municipal manager in the police station and take me to court in terms of that process. Secondly, I challenge anyone who believes the process was wrong to go to the bargaining council. We cannot assume what the bargaining council is going to decide. Take that process to bargaining council, and then we deal with it once the bargaining council has actually dealt with the matter. To characterize what I have to speak, Speaker, you have to protect me.
Wait.
Order.
Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order because I see now what degenerating. I don't know why you allowed a discussion about the appointment of managers. So now we're going to degenerate. Here, the item is clear. Let's deal with the item. Move forward.
I will be within an Councillor, you see, we are changing every meeting, we're changing our different approach. In some meetings, you accuse me of not looking at a councillor. In some meetings, you accuse me of stifling things. Now that I've allowed a councillor who has his right to raise his hand to speak, I am now being seen as a person to allow a debate. I cannot control what the councillor raised. In this instance, he decided to address a matter that he feels. No, I'm explaining to you.
No, I'm calling on the point of order on your side.
On what point, sir?
I'm saying the item is clear here. I do not know why you have allowed us to discuss the appointment of a manager. Irrespective of who that manager is, I don't know how did we get there? Here is the item. You should have called an order on the first councillor that have raised the issue that is not here. So I'm saying we're going to degenerate. We are degenerating already.
Thanks, Councillor. Pete, is it made? Can we?
Are you going to give me Speaker to respond?
Speaker,
in terms of
what is your ruling on the order that I've raised?
I'm going to allow to conclude and then I'm going to go to Councillor Olivier.
Are you going, Speaker, are you going to give me to respond?
I have asked for a decision, there will be no response.
Speaker, just not response, considering what? Considering what Councillor Mhlana has raised. Very well informed and very sober, not emotional. I withdraw, I don't continue in terms of what he has said, because I risk myself saying things that intentionally provoked. I take what Councillor Mtlana said and I respect that and I appreciate that. Therefore, I'm not continuing with the statement except to say that anyone who's feel aggrieved of this process, they must follow the right process instead of making innuendos and propaganda all over the corridors and act responsibly.
On your withdrawal, thank you, Councillor Olivier, the item has been proposed by Councillor Nyal.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Next item. Item C, stroke 1/125/01/23. The designation as a full-time councillor for the chairperson of a Section 79 committee. That item you would find on page 542 to page 550. Item is now serving. Councillor Nyal, Councillor Mtlana.
Can we just go to the recommendation? Speaker, I want to propose that we go with the recommendation. Find ourselves in the same position that we got. Therefore, I think we should await and abide by the decision of the. Therefore, I think it would be too early to put in item 1 in the recommendation. I propose that we just continue with item 2 and then the last sentence in item 4, recommendation number 4, that we remove that as well.
You're saying that we remove recommendation 1 under the recommendation and then all other recommendations remain?
No.
Item 4.
Number 4 will end it as well as the office. Stop there.
Thank you. Then Councillor Mtlana.
Can you repeat what are you saying about recommendation number 1?
Chair, the proposal, if I'm hearing, is that we remove recommendation number 1 to avoid the risk of the issue of the what is happening on the other position, and then number 2 and number 3 remains. You correct me, Tanya, as well. And then number 4 remains up until approved. That whilst the process is underway to amend the legislative as well as the notice, we stop at notice. Then we take out the chairperson of MPEG being regarded as it is full time. So in essence, saying out that part until the process is actually finalized. This is an item that is also under discussion, I must say, under SALGA, and hopefully as a first municipality to initiate this thing, it will assist in terms of resolving the situation.
I will be with you, Nana. So, Tanya, have you also, just to add, during numerous workshops, we are the right way to appoint the chairperson as a full-time councillor. That's why we don't want to make mistakes that we have done with the previous position. So on this matter, we await a response from the MEC to say to adopt, and then we will then appoint full-time. But we are moving in the right direction, but we just want to avoid to say that we now make decisions, and then when it comes at a later, the letters coming from the MEC is different, then we say you must pay this and pay that. So we have learned from our previous mistakes on this. So hence we are doing this now. Councillor Mtlana?
Yeah, Speaker. One, I want to ask what informed us in inquiring this from the MEC. 2, we want to support the recommendation as they are from 1 to 4.
Amen.
Chair, thanks. To respond on the first question, I won't respond on the second one because it was on the councillor. The recommendation to amend is it. What informs this is 2 things. One, as you are aware, the current chairperson have raised this issue. Although sitting in that position, has raised the issue of MPEG chairperson not being full-time. If you take it, if you're equivalent to your SPOPA chairperson in Parliament being remunerated differently than other members, you know. So the matter was also discussed in one of the SALGA meetings, the one that we attended in Saldanha,
West Coast.
West Coast. It was also raised to say that SALGA must lobby the minister to actually change that notice, you know, for chairpersons of MPEG to be full-time in order to bring about the seriousness in terms of that. Because the fact that it's actually not full-time now, it delays things in terms of MPEG being able to facilitate. Now, we then look at this matter from those engagement and the engagement with the current chairperson from our side internally, myself and council, look at the matter, we call the chairperson in, we then interacted with SALGA. We then felt for our purpose, the current chairperson is dealing with matters that are of the last 3 years, which have not been dealt with. In essence, the operation, because we don't have a mechanism to actually remunerate it and accept that notice being issued by the minister. In essence, the chairperson is actually spending more hours like a full-time portfolio chair being here based in terms of the number of meetings that she has to attend and the preparation work that she has to attend in terms of the investigation. Because she received all the information, then she must interact and interview certain officials or certain affected parties. You know, we felt that situation, leave the fact that she is dealing with the 3 years behind for any chairperson of MX to be able to actually interact and interview all the affected parties before you come to the conclusion of the report. It takes a lot of time. Hence, we then felt that whether we are first municipality, we want to initiate this process, that the MEC and the minister must look at it to actually bring the person to be full-time. I know there's a discussion in terms of the issue of the chief whip, as well as different. We believe that it might have been an error from the side of the minister not to consider those two positions, you know, hence this rationale about bringing this item to council. You know, if they disagree, well, the authority currently is still with them. Unfortunately, does not reside with council.
Councillor Wolfe, I will be with you now. There was a
follow-up, Speaker. Based on the information that is provided by the municipal manager, that the current chairperson goes out of her or his way in doing the work, and that if we remove number 4 from being regarded as a full-time councillor currently, even if we're getting the response that we must reimburse the current chairperson of MPEG, we will run a risk of not being able to pay her or him what is due on the work that she or he has done currently.
wait, I will be Nana.
So Speaker, I did have my hand up as well.
Speaker, you forgot about me?
No, I have not forgot about. Let me just get it right here. It was Mhlana, and then it was Councillor Olafir, and it was the executive mayor, and then Councillor Manaba. Sorry?
And also the
Councillor Nyao. So I've now allowed Councillor Mhlana. Can I give Councillor Olafir?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, having found myself in a very difficult situation after being overpaid, I really would not like to see the negative any other councillors. So I want to go to the recommendation of taking vice council and resolution 4. If we're in a position of where we can't pay immediately, we can work out something, but I would rather see a person
not paying back, rather let us owe than to be thinking about paying back out of your own pockets. And then you sit with the situation, because I promise you, I would not want that happening to any councillor, this council chamber. That's why I strongly support the recommendations from Councillor Ball. And I hope that councillors can understand it's more difficult to pay back than to give back. So this is just my part that I want to put in there. I want to go with that recommendation that Councillor Ball has put up.
Thank you, Councillor Olafir, for that. Before I close or move to any other councillor, Councillor Mhlana said that he wished to continue to remain with the recommendation as standing there. Hence, therefore, it was a counter proposal. I now allowed you, but I need to make sure that in terms of the numbers for and against must be raised. Is there any proposal or a seconder for Councillor Mhlana on his?
Second.
So it was then seconded. Those in favor? Can we? Of removing? No, we have two.
No, it's in favor.
No, we have.
It's in favor.
Listen, Councillor, listen, I have not even said what we're supposed to be saying. You are against removing recommendation 1 and partly of recommendation 4. You are against, it has been seconded.
Speaker, I think you must put it correctly. Those recommendations, then it's them who must say we are against those recommendations, specifically mentioning a recommendation, whether it's 4, 1 or 3 there.
I want to get this right. Okay, that's why I'm going to take it now. Councillor Nel raised or proposed that recommendations not remain as stipulated on the recommendation by the municipal manager. Recommendation 1 be removed and partly number 4. That's correct. Okay. Those in favor for that recommendation, by show of hands, can I please have
I didn't hear.
Councillor Nel raised a proposal to remove recommendation 1 and partly of recommendation 4. It has been proposed and supported. Those in favor for that, can I please have by show of hands be included?
Thank you.
How is that? Councillor Mhlana and Councillor Apai raised against removal of the recommendations. Those against, can I please have your hands raised?
Doesn't matter.
So you are 4, it's 7 on this side, 4 on this side. I take it that the other 2 councillors abstained from voting? They've abstained from voting?
It was not, Speaker, it was not a matter of voting, you see, but you forced it. Councillor Nel will force it. I will move. Councillor Nel. It was not a matter of.
We will move now. Your voice. Tell us we will move. We will move now to the next item.
Yours, Councillor Oliver, never came to council. We didn't know whether you were paid or not.
Order. The last item.
Never came to council.
Never, it's never.
It was an arrangement somewhere.
Yeah.
Councillor Olafir, can we?
How much have you paid?
Councillor Order, please. Thank you very much. We are dealing with the last item under section 1. Item C, stroke 1, stroke 123, stroke 01, stroke 23. Failure to approve the annual budget before the 2021-2022 financial year. Item is now serving. It's an addendum under page 3 to 19.
Go to the recommendation.
The item is now serving.
is the one.
We just please park it.
Disciplinary. Yes, I do. We can expose them. We can break.
Item is also serving.
Oh, it's in the survey. Yeah.
Councillor Olivier,
I go with the recommendation.
moved by Councillor Olivier. Councillor Ndai,
I second it, Speaker.
seconded by Councillor Ndai. That's the section 1. We'll move now to section 2, finance. First item, it is item C, stroke 2, stroke 81, stroke 11, stroke 22. The financial information statement, long-term debt to the amount of 38,008,043 rand. You would find the item on page 552.
Come again, Speaker, what is the amount?
38,843,300 rand.
Yes, you go, Spence. In last.
Aware, Speaker, aware. She's still owing us so much money. They talking about little bits. Okay.
That's why you brought it back. I had to do it right to the second. So the item is still serving. Councillor Kamkam?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think this item went through the proper public participation and the concerns has been responded to. There's a list of the projects or the reasons why they actually are making this loan. I propose that we actually go with these recommendations.
I will, okay. On this item, it was Councillor Kamkam, Councillor Mhlana, Councillor Olivier, and then Councillor Tsapai.
If already at the back.
Acting CFO, are we with you, Nana? Just want to get the order correct. And then Councillor Tsapai. You will allow the CFO to share some context on this?
Before he shares context, can we ask questions? And you put your context and answer the question.
So you prefer, we will go with the context first and allow you for questions. Or do you want questions first?
Since the questions precede the context so that you get to answer exactly what's being asked.
Okay.
That's what I was saying to you.
Yeah, Speaker, I refuse to be excited. Maybe it's because I never grew up with toys. On the projects there, Speaker, there's a project there that says high mast lights. And I see there's an amount of 520,000 that is put there. But areas that are put there, it's all areas. I don't know now whether this makes sense or I'm confused myself. But I see on the projects that are listed, it's 520,000, which I was made to aware. 520,000. It's
for one. Yeah, it is a bit of a headache because the amount speaks to one that polls, which need to make the decision needs to be then made to what area that poll either go. But it says there are multiple boards. So
I suppose the one that's not worked is.
Because now if we approve the 8 million, I would sit there and say, okay, my high mast light is coming.
must come.
And then when I meet Mr. Falchini says, no, that high mast light is New Horizon or is talent. Can only afford one. So let's just get clarity on that.
Is there?
No, we take on the note, the first question, the next question.
Councillor Mhlana asked one question. Any other councillor for a question?
I think you jotted down people are going. I, the second,
You can go.
yeah, very simple question, Speaker. I think the CFO will assist here. How many loans do we have as a municipality as of?
How many loans do we have? That is one question. Any other questions?
And they are spent. Lifespan, yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure if I will address it in his explanation. Since it's been out to public participation, there's been an element of the public that say we don't need this, why do we need it? And I know it was alluded to earlier on in council as well when we were discussing financials, that there was a shortfall in the budget. Part of the balancing was that identified then that we need to make up the shortfall through a loan for particular projects. So just that in the CFO's response, he just provides clarity on things that have been raised by the public, that is covered in the response as well.
That, acting CFO?
Thank you, Speaker. So I needed to give the context first. It's part of the process in terms of MSMA, make available the information statement to councillors. The information has also been made public. This is not for the approval of this is to make available the information statement so that you can raise your questions after receiving the information statements, and then we'll answer you before final approval of the loan. So we have received in excess of 30 objections from the public. And yesterday I sent the first draft of the answer to the municipal manager, that we can answer the public with regards to their objections on this borrowing. This is the initial step of the process, is to make available the information statement, then give you opportunity to ask your questions. Until council considers the final approval of this loan in concurrent with the adjustment budget. Then simultaneous with this, we have gone out on tender already. Then if council gives its final approval, then we will award the tender to whoever tendered for this. So this is the context of it. This is not final, it's the first step. Final step is in the next meeting. The council will consider all the input and then decide on whether to pick up the loan or not. Bearing in mind that when council approves the budget and that funding source is allocated as borrowing, and the insistence, not the insistence, the normal process of continuing with capital projects means that we are bridging the funding already from own sources in respect of the borrowing that we will have to take up. We usually take up the borrowing late in June so that we don't accrue interest for the year that we are in whilst those projects are not completed. So there is commitment against certain of these projects already because we have to continue with a capital program from the commencement of the financial year. I cannot see that we will not have to take these loans. Ultimately, the decision is not to take it up. Then it should never have been taken to link that funding source with the approval of the budget. Already in the approval of the budget, there are resolutions giving the municipal manager the authority to go out and finalize the processes with regards to the borrowing. So this is all part of the same process. With regards to the answers, I can probably not give you the answer on the IMAS lighting because that is in the relevant department and in accordance with the priorities determined in the capital program. With regards to the current borrowing, I can give you that. It is also contained in the section 71 and the section 52 report. It was circulated to all councillors in there. It's a consolidated statement of the total borrowings currently on the books.
If it's on your first question, give to Mr. Felton. Mr. Felton on the high mask light.
Thank you, Speaker. So obviously, this whole process started with your integrated development plan and your meetings, and obviously in those areas it was identified that you need high mass. That was what the councillor wanted to know. Is given the fact there's only 520,000 on the budget, when you start first. The tender had gone out, was about the advertise. I asked the specification to change to include a solar panel and also backup batteries, or just backup batteries linked to the Eskom power supply. Because when Eskom goes down, we actually would like mass lights to work and hopefully reduces crime and muggings and I say even rape sometimes. So that whole specification was withdrawn, but it's going to be to the bid process right now. Which high mass lights get preference? You get paid a lot, and your choice, you can decide. Which ward do you want the high mass light to go in first? Now, no, I've done it in past municipalities. If I take the responsibility, I'm going to decide on a community which, and I know little about the community. Portfolio count, ward committee, and their ward councillors know more than I do. But there's going to be, unfortunately, Speaker, probably you're going to be playing the referee. Where does this high, the first two high mass lights go? And you see, you've got little budgets, but you've got a lot of requests.
Bukan wat jy nou doen as jy reg is. Dit is it, my. These things must go in line with the crime stats. Because now you see there's going to be a tax on me. I think we need to look.
I is putting you on the spot.
On the crime stats in these different meetings. But I will move from that now.
Let me just,
First, I will be with you now.
just add on. We must understand the process is this budget was already approved council. These projects, some of them are continuing. We are funding them with our own funding now. Hence, we're talking about the liquidity situation because we use our money while we're expecting that money to actually come in when we take up the loans. So what needs to be done, Speaker, maybe try and simplify it so that the director does not seem to put you on a difficult spot. We're going to go to an adjustment budget. When we have that workshop, we discuss, because we might have planned for a high mass light, let me be controversial and say new horizon.
Yes.
But currently, in terms of the statistics, that shows now where are the reserve marking, because we've received that report from the Western Cape Department. Where are the reserve marking? Where are the people have been raping? So Victor is trying to say you will then sit and decide, but you cannot change the project. Remember, this is a process that in the public participation is said to the community, we're going to do high mass light. So we will do high mass light, but you can, as council, now to look and consider and say, considering the current situation here, that this area is dark. So that will be done in that workshop. One before we finalize the adjustment budget, and while on procurement, council will have to make that informed decision. I think the procurement will also be completed by end of February. It is a matter of just going and implementing. So it's not that difficult, Speaker, but what Victor is trying to say, you will have to chair that session. And unfortunately, when you chair that session, you have to exclude yourself as a participant. Sometimes when you chair that session, and then give everyone to make input in terms of what area is actually critical in terms of that. And this will also provide you, it would have come through an IDP process, will then provide you that IDP information. Because now we're not going to put the high mass light for a ward that did not request a high mass light. So we'll look at those ones that requested high mass light and then say, because of the funding is not sufficient, where do we prioritize in the current financial year? So that will be the decision that will be then discussed, Speaker, in terms of that. But in the approval of this budget, it was already indicated the areas in terms of where this would be spent, yeah.
Thank you, MM. I think, Mr. Felton, you know more than you are giving here. Because coming from my time as an activist, I was lobbying big time for this high mask line since 2016. So I'm just saying, I think you know more than I'm sharing here. It's because when I'm sleeping at night, I stand up in the middle of the night and I look across to my neighboring township. 5 of them is shining. And still, when you go to these crime meetings, you will see that the whole of statistics lean toward your Pine Tree High, Kolweni, Bosses, Huff areas. So I have been fighting for this since my time. So please feel free to share the next time the way you know I've been fighting this light, specifically in the New Horizon tax sharing area where the muggings and the school has been break-in for Mosa Primary School, such with huge break-ins. So hence we have come up with this for many, many years. Thank you. There was Councillor Olafir on the floor.
I think
Just before I go, CFO.
Motion purposes, the schedule of external loans. As part of the agenda, page 470 and 471 of the agenda, there are the loans as part of the annual financial statement, as was contained in the annual report, page 470 and 471.
470 and 471. Councillor Olafir.
To my colleague, councillor, I'm very excited to see the budget. I'm not going to fight about Haiman's life. There's none in Ward 7. So I can't win on that, but I am happy about the infrastructure and they want to put in the new infrastructure. The sewer spills in Kranshoek, I don't think anyone in the other communities has what Kranshoek has. So I'm very excited to see infrastructure going in anywhere in our town. We have to put it in to build. So I go with this recommendation.
Councillor Mhlala.
I remember English, I speak closer. We are not opposed, I am not opposed. But I was probing so that I understand what is in this budget and what it means, the items that are put there. Because when you look there, all areas are covered. So contrary to what I've been said, I did not. Now, the CFO says there are objections that I will not privy to get that information to see what the objections are saying.
No, in terms of the MFMA, you will receive all of that information. I think it's closing somewhere in February. We need to, sorry?
Today.
So 31st today, not February, 31st of January. So I received 2 already this morning. The CFO has already prepared a proper response. You will see all of them, bring it in front of you when you consider final approval. The requirement is that the mayor must respond to all of us people. So the mayor will bring what they actually objected. Some of them are just saying that I'm useless, I'm incompetent. So that's the type of things that we have received. Some of them are valid, so we'll bring it in front of council. Council needs to make a determination is what the public, sorry, in the main, it's actually the ratepayers, and they've actually did what you call a lobby site for other people to also reject. So we're gonna bring it in front. So you have to make a determination what they are objecting, is it valid or not, based on what our response is saying. But we are confident that this money is needed for service delivery.
I would just like to add some closing on what you have raised, MM. I had a discussion last week, and this is also something we need to explain to our communities or through the ward committees, something that I will share with Sylvia, is to have public participation with our communities on this, because our communities does not participate in giving their comments, although it is for us to benefit from this. I'm always reading some of the comments regarding this loan. And when you look at it, it is really for the needy people out there or the communities. apart from one or two items here and there, such as the lifeguard towers, not to go into deep matters that can be sponsored or approaching other businesses for such items. But the majority of that loan is covering Bitou, and hence we have stood up to say that we are there for the people to ensure better services. So it is a proposal that we go to our communities and explain to them they must participate in these matters through your different organizations, NPOs. They can add valuable info on this to make this a success or get it approved. Now, instead of having a small community or few raising insults and saying we are not doing this right thing, hence we are the people that is needs to benefit from this. Thank you very much. We are now moving to the next item, which is item C, stroke 2, stroke 85, stroke 01, stroke 23. The request for amendment of terms of contract in accordance with section 116 in brackets 3 of the MFMA and the conclusion of a long-term contract in terms of section 33 of the MFMA, Ignite Advisory Services, PTY in brackets LTD. Page 557 to page 596. The item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Speaker, this item is similar to the item that's Michael. I think it's DDPE or something, where the best, yes. But however, the specific item did not serve at Michael, but as we can see, we've got three items with similar. It's very similar. The only concern that we had is that we have to make sure that in terms of that subsection that we actually do the public participation on this when we are extending. But with that, Speaker, we have been assured by the acting CFO that those processes are being followed, and I would then propose the recommendations. Thank you.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Deputy Mayor. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Moving on, item C, stroke 2, stroke 86, stroke 01, stroke 23. Request for amendment of terms of contract in accordance with section 116 in brackets 3 of the MFMA and the conclusion of a long-term contract in terms of section 33 of the MFMA with the Standard Bank Group Limited. That item you would find on page 597 to page 99. The item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Proposed by the Deputy Mayor. Next item, item C, stroke 2, stroke 87, stroke 01, stroke 23. Insurance claim status report as at 31st December 2022. You'll find the item on page 600 to 607. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam, Councillor Olivier.
I propose that we go with the recommendation, Speaker.
I second it, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Item C, stroke 2, stroke 88, stroke 01, stroke 23. The report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the second quarter from 1st of October to 31st December 2022. That item is on page 608 to page 636. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think if we look at NHSC, the tender awards, that process, I mean, it obviously gives an indication of the discussion we had in the section 72 report, where our problems are and why it takes such a long time for us to actually award our tenders. I'm not going to go into the discussion. I'm just highlighting it again. That we have challenges in that regard. But Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Olivier.
I second it, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Next item, item C, stroke 2, stroke 89, stroke 01, stroke 23. Request for amendment of terms of contract in accordance with section 116 in brackets 3 of the MFMA for DDP Valuers Pty Ltd. page 637 to page 639. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam,
I propose that we go with the recommendations.
proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Wolofir,
Seconded.
seconded by Councillor Wolofir. Amen.
Speaker, I just want council to note, specifically this item and the Standard Bank, it's a 5-year. And so there was an error administratively to actually do it for 3 years. Because your valuation role is for 4 years. As well as the banking tender, it's allowed in terms of valuation for 5 years, not 3 years. So it was just an error to actually administratively do it. There's a lot of administration on the banking tender to change it every 3 years. Why? That's why National Treasury gave approval for a period of 5 years. So I just wanted council to note that so that even going forward, council is aware about the specific tenders that are more than 3 years.
Thank you, MM. Next item, item C, stroke 2, stroke 91, stroke 01, stroke 23. Report on the acquisition of smart metering devices and progress with the installation and activation thereof. Item is on page 640, page 648. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Can we go to the recommendations, please? Speaker, sorry, I don't want to be out of order, but I think we have a very lengthy agenda and hopefully lunch has been organized. How's the time? I'm just.
Though you have forgotten,
Councillor, you're on the floor. Leave the.
you have forgotten who your MM is.
The item is still serving. Councillor Kamkam.
I think we are very delighted to have this report. I mean, we had various challenges with the rollout of the smart meters and the implementation of all our outstanding council resolutions. And in the last council meeting, we did request a thorough report. And I can honestly say this report highlights where it is. Number one, obviously we take note of this report. Number two, that the engineering services department in consultation with the finance department prepare a rollout plan for the meter installation and replacement program. And number three, that we have to have appropriate budget provision, and hopefully we'll address that in the next amendments or budgets that we're going to do. Because if we don't do that, we will not be able to roll out this successfully. And then number four, we also then requested that, we need to wait for make sure that we have the specific provision in terms of budget, and then we can roll out in our rollout plan, and then we will go out for public discussion. But I want to say that these smart meters should not be seen as a way to target indigent consumers. That is not the purpose. It was made clear in the portfolio meeting by the Director Engineering Services and by the acting CFO that these smart meters can also be used in instances where, number one, we've got gated communities. Number two, we have holiday makers that are not, the properties are not accessible. So they will then prioritize how the rollout of these meters will what will take priority. So it's must not be seen as something that will just be for indigent consumers. I'm not saying we're going to exclude indigent consumers, but it's not a punishment for indigent consumers. Speaker, I propose that we go to the recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Wolofir.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Wolofir. Next item. Item C, stroke 2, stroke 94, stroke 01, stroke 23, the review and adoption of Bitou preferential procurement policy. Page 649 to page 687. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Proposed recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Sorry. Seconded. Next item. Item C. Stroke 2, stroke 95, stroke 01, stroke 23.
Section 52, brackets D, report for the quarter ending December 2022. It's an addendum on from page 3 to 114. Item is now serving.
Wait, what?
On your addendum on page 3 to 114. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, I propose we go to the recommendation. A lot of this was covered in the CFO explanation earlier.
Proposed by the Executive Mayor. Councillor Ndai.
Seconded, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Ndai. Next item, item C, stroke 2, stroke 96, stroke 01, stroke 23. The environment report for the first quarter ended 31st December 2022. That's also an addendum on page 115 to page 117. Item is now serving.
The report.
Councillor Olivier.
Take cognizance of the report.
Proposed by Councillor Olivier. Councillor Ndai.
Seconded, Speaker.
Seconded by Councillor Ndai.
What did you say?
Next item, item C, stroke 2, stroke 97, stroke 01, stroke 23. The list of withdrawals from municipal bank account for the quarter ended 31st December 2022. There is also an addendum on page 118 to page 123 on your addendum. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Over the recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Wolfie. The last item under finance, and we will take a break. Item C, stroke 2, stroke 98, stroke 01, stroke 23. The cost containment report for the quarter ending 31st December 2022. It is an addendum on page 124 to page 126. Item now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Opposed, Speaker.
Proposed by Councillor Kamkam. Councillor Olivier.
Doing very well on it, Speaker. No food and no stationery.
Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Councillors, with that under section 2 of the finance, we are done with all items. Councillor Tlabai.
Because before you get to another section, I will really ask your indulgence that our agendas are too big. And moreover, we must prioritize items that are mostly important so that we can deal with them. Now, what you will find, Speaker, here in council, you don't get that attention you for that matter you need as the chair in terms of discussing the item. Now, I think also you are happy, whereas I'm not, that it's almost proposing second and removed. So it's very bad because it shows to the public out there that councillors have not read their agendas.
Sir, the opposite actually.
There are people who have been proposing here for 15 years.
15 years.
See, so
In councillor teenagers.
Trying to insult us.
So
Trying to be insult.
Speaker, defend us.
He's trying to.
I can't say we didn't. We cancel without reading an agenda.
You are the one asking stupid
How
questions.
can a councillor come to cancel it? No, Speaker,
I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. Me. Councillors, I'm gonna go to a break now. Can I ask? Can I ask that we go for a 10-minute break, councillors?
it is the one who can.
We will come back now.
are just awaiting answer for Tanya for raising some land for us. So if it comes back again, it's on its way. We will have a lunch now and come back again. So we're just waiting for Tanya.
Let's continue.
Speaker.
Why am I No, people in my office, they sit in those plastic chairs.
Is Waldemar?
Sorry, ek ga hoofbetan de ek is nie. Aan bel.
Budget is.
Dat kan dan
Many requests.
Dat is hy dat ek nou net as
Talk about a budget. And nine there.
so much.
We explained to you, you made calls.
I did get
Then you
from the
talk
office.
this thing in the air as if no one is addressing you on your concerns on the group.
No, I did get motivation for it, but it was not initially in the budget. Remember in the budget, it was cut off all furnitures. To buy furnitures.
October 2022. That item you would find on page 689 to 714. 689 to 714. Item serving. Councillor Klana.
Yeah, just for clarity, Speaker, on there's something like capital budget, following was have 350 UISP 6 million. Because we had a ward committee meeting where it was reported it's 3 million, but what is this for? 350 UISP 6. Maybe there's something else.
Yes, question. Director.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Plana, that is the rollovers that has been approved for that phase, and it is only for the implementations that we are. But IX has been appointed and they've already commenced on phase 4. That is, we still need to submit applications and business plans for the top structures and other related services.
Phase 4. Want to do a follow-up?
Yeah. So, Director, it was reported that it's 3 million, I don't know, but in a meeting we had with Mr. Mark, he reported 3 million, so I don't know.
You covered. Item is still serving. Councillor Plana.
Yeah, I want to go with the recommendations.
Proposed BPS Abel, it is going to recommendation to propose.
Second, Speaker.
Seconded by the Deputy Mayor.
To doubt the Councillor Plana.
No, because he said, just said it's covered. And that's it. And then he come back again. Next item. Item C, stroke 5, stroke 44, stroke 11, stroke 22. The capital project implementation plan Progress report for period ending September 2022. Item on 926 to page 934.
No.
No,
Oh.
are you now?
Sorry.
716.
715, you see, that's what I was talking about.
You was not talking about that. Sorry, my apologies, man.
There are no politics here.
Item C.
About the agenda.
Item C, stroke 4, stroke 42, stroke 11, stroke 22, expanded public works program quarterly report for period ending September 2022 on page 715 to page 719. Item serving. Councillor Mhlana,
With the recommendations, Speaker.
supported by Councillor Mhlana,
Second, Speaker.
seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Next item, item C, stroke 4, stroke 45, stroke 01, stroke 23, the bylaw relating to community fire safety. That item you would find on page 720 to page 785. Item now serving. Deputy Mayor,
I propose we go with the recommendation, Speaker.
Councillor Kolwapi,
I second it.
proposed by Deputy Mayor,
We don't read.
seconded by Councillor Kolwapi.
Community, we are moving.
Next item, it is item C, stroke 4, stroke 46, stroke 01, stroke 23, the fire rescue 12-hour shift to render 24-hour services. Item is on page 786 to 790. Item is now serving. Deputy Mayor,
In our portfolio committee, Speaker, we have read it, so we go with the recommendations. Thank you.
proposed by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kolwapi.
Before I second, there was a concern that was raised by Finance Director. He made mention of something of 24-hour services. So if only anything that we second here, it's nothing against what you are saying.
Or the that one. Councillor Mhlana, I saw your hand was also.
Yeah, I'm looking at the recommendations. We changed the recommendations in the meeting, but it doesn't read the way it was.
Director.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillors are correct. The recommendations were amended to be in line with the heading of the item to say, Council approves in principle the implementation of a 12-hour shift for 24-hour operations. Provide 24-hour operations.
Yeah, that's it.
So two, recommendation 1 and 2 should just be amended to be in line with the heading of the item.
Alderman, do you have that? Thank you. Next item. Item C, stroke 4, stroke 48, stroke 01, stroke 23, the development of Shell Ultra City, F4367, Plettenberg Bay. That item is on page 791 to 794. Item is now serving. Councillor Thabai.
I support that. We must go with the recommendation.
Councillor Kolwapi.
Second that one, especially item number 3. We must stick to that one that we propose. That is everything of the proposals. They must be called by the Bitou Municipality Community Services and Economic Development, not the province. Thank you.
That's proposed. Seconded. Next item.
Yes, Speaker, I raise my hand.
Councillor Ndai.
Thank you, Speaker. I fully support what Councillor Kolabi says, but you must remember why those things were taken by province. It was not us.
What is that called? It's chaos.
Next item. Item C.
We're going to afford people PA.
Stroke 4, stroke 52, 01, stroke 23. the adoption of policy relating to lease of municipal residential accommodation. Item is on page 795 to page 804. Item is now serving. Well,
No, Speaker, I just want to alert council on the risk that we are regarding this matter. As you have noted, that some of our staff are paying far less than the market value. We are at risk from SARS demanding that money from us. And SARS can go back as far as 5 years, CFO, or 7 years, 5 years. We are at risk that whatever these people are actually paying now and what they are supposed to owe, that difference might risk that as a municipality might be held liable for that. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of council. SARS can go back 5 years.
And the AG commented about this.
Councillor Kamkam, Councillor Ndai.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in Maker, we added recommendation number 5. Reason being is that we have got, I know in Curland it's F510, and then in Horizons we have the compound, where both those are municipal properties. And we might sit with the situation that those might be, we might have occupants that are indigent and would not be able to afford market-related leases. So we feel there's a gap in the indigent policy and recommended that we need to look at that to cover us. So with that, Speaker, I propose that we go with those recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Ndai, I recognize you, but I just want to give to the director.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Kamkam, in accordance with the recommendations, we have added clause 7 to the policy. The policy now reads, notwithstanding the provisions of 6.1, rental of council residential units to indigent households will be at a nominal value as determined by council from time to time. That should cover it.
Councillor Ndai?
I second it, Speaker, include what the director says.
Seconded by Councillor Ndai. Next item, item C, stroke 4, stroke 54, stroke 01, stroke 23. The pledge shark spotters and other programs implemented to improve data safety. Item is on page 805 to page 807. Item is now serving. 805 to 807. Amen.
Just one clarity in the section 80. It was indicated that recommendation number 2 must remove that council consider funding because this is funded by private sector. So that was, I think, part of the discussion that was had in the committee.
Michael.
That council consider funding the Black Shark Spotters program.
Yes, as the portfolio, it was brought out and it might go, it was asked to be removed.
Oh, okay. So sorry, I'm confused now. In Mako, it was, council must be aware. In the portfolio committee, that is the recommendation, but in Mako, they said that number 3 must actually be removed because it's funded by private people, so that council is aware. Now council have to make a decision because there's 2 recommendations of portfolio committee and council.
Okay, ma'am. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. To add on to that, we had a discussion and felt that, obviously a report is needed on the progress made with this, with a specific program. But as we all know, with NGOs and NPOs, there is the Mayoral Granting Act. So nothing stops any organization to actually apply for grant funding when it comes to if they need support with specific programs across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kamkam. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for some clarity on this as well, it's a bit of a anomaly, the shark spotters, the shark action groups that they have, where in a sense it's a municipality and the public working together. So you've got private organizations that really had the whole program, started the whole program because of the concerns that we had when we had the shark attacks. And in other areas, for instance, where shark spotters operate on their own, they fund everything completely. But in Bitou, we do it a bit differently, where our lifesavers are part of the overall program. So Bitou Municipality is funding part of it in terms of the lifesavers that are on duty and the services we offer on the beaches. And then the private companies are raising the funds to actually fund the shark spotter group themselves and cameras and other donations. So with donations from the public, it makes it difficult as a municipality to accept these donations because of what that entails from the MFMA and things like that. And that's why Victor, from the point of view is the NGOs that are now part of that can apply for funding, so the municipality can fund them through grant funding, and we are already funding the lifesavers and part of it through the municipality. And the way the recommendation looked is that council considers funding the program completely on their own. And that's why it was decided to remove that recommendation because of all those anomalies that form part of the shark spotter group and the Bled Shark Action Group.
Thanks, Maya. Councillor Kolwapi?
I would love us to understand that the lives of people are so important. And if we don't take this program very seriously, so I'm not saying we don't take it serious. If we don't take it serious, it will have a bad reputation of our town when it comes to tourism, whilst we are still more depending on tourism in this town. When we consider that as a portfolio committee, it is through the experience of knowing that if things are more relying to private sector, to private donors, come and push. When they have to cut their budget, when things are very stiff in their own businesses, to see a certain thing that will be a target for them to push it out. We might see ourselves saying that the program is no longer there after so many times that we know that it's something that we need to perceive it as a very important thing. I'm still standing here appealing that let it be something that let it be budgeted by the municipality, not depending to donors. Private donors, let they come and do what they think they can do to assist. As we know, we always work with the communities, but let it solely be budgeted. And as we know anyway, it creates even more skills and also jobs for people that are benefiting to that, let alone the skill. We know that here we are more concerned about marine life. I think that could be something that can be beneficial to our academical youth that are more in marine or even people that are not there. So I would love us that we consider to budget it instead of relying. Thank you.
Thank you. It's first Councillor Mhlanga, then you.
Yeah, Speaker, thanks. I think what we looked at in the portfolio committee was one, the sustainability of this program, looking at the funding that is given by the private donors, and that any time when there are incidents that are happening out at sea or in the beaches, the municipality becomes the first institutions to be criticized. So hence we have said the municipality must consider, the council must consider funding. It can fund it by 20,000, doesn't matter, but at least there is a resolution from council to carry this program.
Executive Mayor?
I'm not against the discussions here because, yes, at the end of the day, we're responsible for safety. And we also need to ensure that we're doing basic service delivery as well. I think what we probably need to do at portfolio committee level, be more specific, and maybe sit with some members from the committee, the Shark Action Committee, and discuss what their basic funding needs are and what it would cost per month and how we can contribute to that. So I want to recommend that this goes back to the portfolio committee so that we can put through a proper determination on how much we can fund and how much and where the funds are needed. Because there is a basic cost to ensure that we have shark spotters on the ground every day. And that has been worked out by the group and that is known. So then we got a figure and we still have enough time to get it into our budgeting for the new financial year. So I'd like to suggest that this goes back to the portfolio committee for proper discussion with some of the members of the Pledge Shark Action Group to get a better understanding of what the basics are needed. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker?
Councillor Hereby.
Speaker, I will suggest that we get an extensive report about this item, and also the financial implications must be involved, because that is key, because this is a public best and it must be clear. Don't have a problem, but we must get an extensive report, and moreover, there must be financial implications about this program.
Councillor Harmsen. Aye. Councillor Kamkam and then Councillor Nel.
Recommendation. Executive Mayor and
The Executive Mayor proposed that the item be referred back
to the
portfolio.
Proposed by the Executive Mayor and seconded by Councillor Harmsen.
I will allow Councillor Kamkam and then Councillor Nel.
Thank you, Speaker. I just needed clarity on recommendation number 2. Since there's now an added recommendation that it goes to the portfolio. Councillor Gabai has also mentioned, which I agree with. I wanted to actually ask for that in that report that they will submit, the financials are also covered. But so it means now that with recommendation number 2, that report should go back to the portfolio before it comes back to council. And then in the portfolio, they will then discuss the various ways that we could, because there's also EPWP, there's various ways, if there's a granted aid, there's various ways that we can support this program without, So, yeah, I just needed to check that recommendation number 2, we are covered. Can we just say that it goes back to the portfolio, which will include the financials? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nel.
Speaker, just remind people that have perhaps not read the agenda. There is a very comprehensive report.
This is not a comprehensive report.
You would just give me a chance to finish what I'm saying. In the Environmental Management Quarterly Report, which is coming up, so there is a report already.
Item has been referred back. Councillor Nel.
You don't understand.
Next item. The next item is item C, /4/56/01/23. The disposal of municipal properties. Item is on page 809 to 918. Item is now serving. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to reassure you, I am not planning to take your job in Ward 4, but I know that the property listed under number EF, the 333, Beacon Island flats. That we have been assured by the director. As we know, we've got tenants there. Some of those tenants might also be indigent or might be on the housing list for the upcoming Ebenezer projects. The director also did assure us that they have been notified. People that say they have been notified of the municipality's intention to actually dispose of the property, and that the families that are actually covered in terms of our indigent policies, that they are actually on the waiting list for the Ebenezer project, because that has been a concern. But with that, Speaker, I would then propose that we go with the recommendations by the Executive Mayor.
Director.
Speaker, thank you. Just to add on to what Councillor Kam has raised, it was raised at mayoral committee. I have, subsequent to the mayoral committee, confirmed the amount of persons that are affected. There are 4 flats at the back of the Bitou Island flats. There are 3 persons there that could potentially qualify. I have asked why 2 of those that are known to me did not qualify for the SASSA Park. They said there were small issues with an Ida and the other lady. That's why they could not be accommodated in SASSA Park, but they do qualify to benefit from the Ebenezer project. There's only 1 family in the flats at the moment at the back in one of those 4 units that would not qualify for full BNG, total top structure, but they could qualify for the FLISP or site and service urban Ebenezer. So those 4 families there at the back. And again, we have indicated in the mayoral committee, there is the Hiergat Verkoop rule, so it is not as if those families will be immediately affected should the property be disposed of.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Tabai.
Speaker, I thought Councillor Kam was going to expatiate on what she was saying. I couldn't hear her. Moreover, also the director must assist me here that on recommendation by the executive mayor, that is ERF 3333 Beacon Flats, Saringa Road in New Horizon. My challenge is that those flats are in impoverished stricken area. How are you treating those flats? For instance, I'm going to cite one example. The people of New Horizon don't have places to stay. And the speaker then, who was not a speaker, gave pressure to the municipality so that people can be taken to Ebenezer flats to stay there. Now I'm worried that we are not going to be then able to afford the people of New Horizon those flats, because that is accommodation, as much as there are flats in Ebenezer, where the poor of the poorest, people who didn't even have a shack, were taken, you see. So that case, how are you treating that case? Is it a market-related situation in New Horizon?
Are you done?
Yes.
Director, respond.
Chair, thank you. Where the property is situated is in the more middle income area of New Horizon. Take into consideration the property valuations of the neighboring properties, both in Swarteboeng on the one side and in Saringa Road on the other side. That's more towards the middle income, higher end properties and the higher end property valuations. The property in itself is currently occupied mainly by municipal staff, and only the households that I've referred to now are indigent. In our assessment currently in New Horizons, there is a high demand for middle income housing opportunities, which the ward does not cater for at all. And in relation to some of the properties in Ebenezer, we are looking into that. We have already submitted various letters to the current property management agents that has been appointed by the then previous municipal manager on a couple of those urban that might also become available depending on the amounts that council will determine and whether or not those are also going to be indigent. So it is only those 4 households at the back that will be affected that are indigent. Everyone else there is employed by the municipality. And the one unit at the bottom, we actually have an eviction order that was granted in 2017 already for those property, for that unit in the in the Beacon Island flats. So it is mainly middle income that's sitting there. And yes, the DDP valuation has taken into account the market value of that property and its current state, which is, we must be honest, it's not been kept in the best of states. So it has diminished to an extent the value of that property, which is only now 2.7 million.
Speaker, Councillor Tabai.
And moreover, even the word Beacon Island flat confuses people as if, because there's only one Beacon Island that is known, that posh hotel there. That's a posh hotel. And when you go to those flats, they are not in good condition. And the area, I don't know whether you subdivide New Horizon now, because what we know, New Horizon is a poverty-stricken area. That's like Nukwanukutula, you see? So the example that I was making, that you advocated for the poor of the poorest to get a place to stay. Now there is an opportunity for those who are of the poorest people, and yet there is market-related value in New Horizon. That's my argument.
On a lighter note, Speaker, let's leave the name of the areas to the bonus of this area because they know better. That's on the lighter note, please.
Yeah, I think Councillor Kapai wants to say why do we even consider disposing that building instead of giving it to those indigent people of New Horizon to occupy the space, because we are building now high density units, which is almost similar to that, as much as that one is older than the high density units that we are building now. I think that's what he is trying to bring. Instead of selling it to whatever for 2 million, why don't we give it to people of New Horizon?
Can I say it in the cost?
Bona fides of New Horizon will be happy to stay in Beacon Island flats because it has that
name.
Yeah.
Famous.
Historic.
Okay. Thanks.
You should advocate for that.
Councillor Ndai.
Speaker, I take note of what the two councillors are saying, but I would love to go with the recommendation. Thank you.
I must give you a PhD. So yes. You deserve a PhD.
There's a PhD or what? I think
I propose.
Proposed in second. Councillor Kamkam.
Sure.
Councillor Ndai.
I'm also giving a PhD.
I'm a politician.
You're living it like that.
It's not resolved.
It is.
Can I ask that we have?
I think the lunch is ready. Samosas are ready. The item has been closed, Councillor.
I clap my hand.
Can we have lunch?
I
They would rather go for subsidy houses.
2022, the capital projects implementation plan for the progress report for the period ending September 2022, quarter one, page 926 to page 934. Item is now serving. Deputy Mayor.
Speaker, before we recommend on this item, I would like the municipal manager to give clarity or advise us what steps has been taken for performance so that we can be sure that by the year end, we have spent all our.
Councillor Dai, I've noted you. I'm just going to give to the municipal manager.
Now, or must I
before she wants to go, she just wants clarity.
Yeah, so that we can know if our money will be spent before the year end, as we see that the performance is not that.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, we had a directors meeting where we spoke about this matter. We also had a meeting with the team. There's a meeting with the Michelle Copter arranged for tomorrow to appeal that they don't take the funding. Additional to that, I did indicate the director that he will be receiving a letter in terms of consequence management. And again, I want to repeat and clarify what Councillor Bangaba is saying. It's not poking your eye. It's a letter that gives that responsible person to say, give us the reasons why this has not materialized and why we should not take steps for you to fail to perform your duties. So that is a process. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Madam, for that clarity. That cover you, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Speaker. And I propose that we go with the recommendation.
Councillor Ndai? Proposed by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Ndai. Next item. Item C/5/45/01/23. The 2021-2022 annual WSDP performance and water services audit report for council approval. Page 935 to 1082. Item is now serving. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Looking at this report, while our performance is still in a good place, it's interesting to note that it has seemed to have slipped slightly. And it's concerning if we don't keep up our maintenance and our capital projects, that where we've always had a high standard of water in terms of the blue drop and also waste in terms of the green drop. If we don't keep working on it, we might see that slipping a bit more, that we get down to the levels where we're not as good as what we have been. And if I recall correctly, some of the items that are in the planning that we are short of funding for is part of some of the items that are in the loan that we're proposing as well. So we've got to look at everything in context. And we know that our water is under pressure because we have more people living in our area. Likewise, the sanitation is under pressure as well. So we need to ensure that we maintain this infrastructure. So it's very interesting reading this report and just noticing, I wouldn't say it's a trend at this point, but just something to be aware of, that we maintain the standards that we have. And one of the items coming up relating to water as well is also about our dam level. So we've got to make sure that we can supply water through our infrastructure, and also that our source of water is protected and also increased if possible. So it's just some items, issues that I noticed when going through the report. And with that, I will propose that we go with the recommendation.
Proposed by the Executive Mayor. In terms of events, I've seen Councillor Nyal, then I've seen Councillor Kolwapi. No, Councillor Nyal is before you.
what the executive mayor has said. If I read the report correctly, I think we have receded, we went backwards as far as our green water rating is concerned.
Lionel, can you just raise your voice, please?
I think we regressed as far as our green water treatment is affected by. We regressed from 99% to 93%, which I think is an indication that things are not going as well as it should be going. With that, I'd like to second.
Councillor Kolwapi?
As I'm also about to second, but I would love just to bring something that I wish we can always take into cognizance that water is life. We can't replace nothing with water. If we don't have water, we've got a problem. Auditor General will always bring this up, these things of water losses. Because even if we might, whilst we still get water from our taps, we take it light, the fact of the water, losses. Somehow, it won't help that we keep on saying water is life, but we don't do anything. I would love to place it on the record that let's see in the budget that we really take it very serious, the things of water. Now that we're going to review the budget, I wish we can see it clearly in the budget that as in plate, we take it serious, the thing of the water losses and how to save it, and also the request that now it also been captured that our sanitation and whatever, there's a request on that. Without doing something, we'll forever saying, yeah, there's something about it. We are still fortunate to get, let's say, rain throughout. But if Platte have discovered it to be a green desert, whilst we see the green flora and fauna that we planted because we want to keep showing green, but go to the plants, it's so dry, so the trees are falling because we're in a green desert, because we've got plants that remain showing us green. But if we don't take cognizance of saving and making efforts to save more water, we will see when we've got field fires at the end of it all. So adding to this, I would love to capture that whatever the plan is, it must go with the budget, that it must tell that on our budget review. I thank you.
Item has been put to the post and seconded. Next item. Item C, stroke 5, stroke 46, stroke 01, stroke 23. The monthly and quarterly report for electrical and mechanical for the period of October to December 2022. That item you would find on page 1083 to 1095. Item is now serving. Councillor Plana.
Recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor Plana. Deputy Mayor.
Seconded, Speaker.
Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Item C, stroke 5, stroke 47, stroke 01, stroke 23. The first quarter vehicle maintenance cost report for 2022-23. The item is on page 1096 to 1098. Item is now serving. Councillor Ndai.
Thank you, Speaker. We go with the recommendation because we can see the improvement there.
Yes.
Was that your hand, Councillor Kolwapi? Because can I give to Councillor Sethi?
Yes, exactly. When we're saying when we interrogated the report, we saw an improvement. Thank you.
But if we
You see it only in the second quarter, the following report coming up. See the real improvement. There's two reports. The following one is where you really see the improvement. This one is the first quarter report.
Okay.
That's what I say. When I read it, the note and the voice is saying.
Are you standing down, Councillor?
We're doing well.
Thank you.
You can see.
Next item. C, stroke 5, stroke 49, stroke 01, stroke 23. The fourth quarter vehicle maintenance cost report for 2021-2022. That item is on page 1099 to 1101. Item is now serving. Councillor Ndai.
Thank you, Speaker. We go with the recommendation. I thank you to the director and the management hard work that they're doing on that department. Thank you. And then you can see, Speaker, on the community service, the portfolio committee, we all sorted. There's no fight on our reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Kolwape, take that to your hand.
We don't fight.
Seconded by Councillor Kolwape. Next item. Item C, stroke 5, stroke 50, stroke 01, stroke 23. The implementation of level 1 water restrictions, you would find it under as addendum. The addendum, it's page 16 to 19. Item is now serving. Item is still serving.
Which one is?
Item did not serve it earlier. Let me make it.
Executive Mayor,
Thank you, Speaker. Propose we go through the recommendation of the
proposed by the Executive Mayor. Just before we continue, Director, I see your hands, one up.
I'd just like to add to implementation under G. I was hoping that we could we get different entities like essential services and businesses. They suffer under these restrictions. What has been done in the past is actually make allowances for that. I've been involved enough to put under G. The application for waiver of restrictions, going to change it. The prohibition contained in the restriction shall not apply in any case specifically exempted in writing by the direct engineering. So where there's exceptional circumstances in some of the business, for instance, that they need to use a hose pipe or jetting machine, if they can apply for a waiver of the exemption itself. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come back to council every time someone wants to waive an exemption in this item. So it's almost like a backdoor, which has been done in the municipality.
So you want to add on a G?
To add a number G, just as a backdoor in case it's a business that's relying on say high pressure jetting machines or hose pipes, and generally is essential service or critical services and business. So they make application to myself to waive with proper motivation and then be evaluated case by case.
Councillor Kamkamang, Executive Mayor, then.
Speaker, I will approve that recommendation as one.
So we're adding a recommendation to have a waiver in exceptional circumstances.
People can apply for waiver in exceptional circumstances. Businesses.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Kamkam.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've got a request. Since one what restrictions are. We've got instances in the informal settlements. We've got taps leak, toilets they leak. So can we please start with maintaining that side of it and our leakages? Like Councillor Kolwape also said, get those aspects under control. Because it is really, if you go into, you will see that there's a problem.
The director has not has heard you.
Do we have a seconder?
Will be within.
Please second the last part. I don't know the first.
When it's community, it's you don't need any other thing of waiving. It's for the community. Thank you. I take it that you were that said your concern raised over the leakages in our informal settlements. Seeing that we are on the water restrictions, you are seconding, if I'm correct, for that added.
Is there a need for us to add the recommendation? I think it's operational.
No, yours is not the standing addition.
Yeah.
The Executive Mayor, yours is more applied to get it resolved. So it's seconded by Councillor Kamkam. That's it for section 5 under engineering services. We will now move to section 6, the economic development and planning. First item, it's item C, stroke 6, stroke 68, stroke 01, stroke 23, the identification of municipal owned land for development purposes. The item is on page 1103 to page 1108. Item is serving. Councillor Nyal, is that your hand?
That's my hand. Speaker, propose that we go with the recommendation.
There's a proposal by Councillor Nyal. Councillor Kamkam?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to highlight that F 117, as we all know, that was referred back. It was discussed at one committee level and we get the go ahead for the country to be developed. So I will second the proposal.
Seconded by Councillor Kamkam. Thank you for that. Next item, item C, stroke 6, stroke 70, stroke 01, stroke 23, the compilation of Ladywood Local Spatial Development Framework in brackets, LSDF. That item you would find on page 1109 to page 1122. Item is now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendation.
Proposed by Councillor Nyal. Councillor Olivier.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Next item. Item C, stroke 6, stroke 71, stroke 01, stroke 23. The environmental management quarterly report for October to December of 2022. The item is on page 1123 to page 1138. Item is now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendation. I just want to point out that this report contains a comprehensive report on the shark spotting, I think that we discussed earlier. But that I will let we go with the recommendation.
Proposed by Councillor Nyal. Councillor Olivier. Seconded by Councillor Olivier. Last item under section 6 is item C, stroke 6, stroke 72, stroke 01, stroke 23. The land use management section quarterly report for December 2022. That item you would find on page 1139 to 1150. Item is now serving. Councillor Nyal.
Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendation. I just want to point out that this is actually a very handy report. It shows how we are offering jobs or creating jobs with developments that are going on. There are some of the developers that did not give us comprehensive, complete information, local or not, but it is a very handy report. I propose to go with the recommendation.
Proposed by Councillor Nyal, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to support what Councillor Nyal says about information. And I think we need to encourage most of our developments, where we have big developments, that we get a report on how our local economies are benefiting in terms of employment and also in terms of the developers purchasing most of their requirements locally as well, and so supporting our economy. But also importantly, that they also give an indication of how once the building work is completed, they anticipate the permanent employment created from that development. I think that's important so that we can see how jobs are being created and how it's contributing to the economy, because that's what it is at the end of the day. We want to grow our local economy, and it's only through the developers acquiring most and procuring most of what they're using on their projects, and if they support our communities and our businesses, that's going to outgrow our economy. So with that, I will second the proposal of Councillor Nyal.
Seconded by the Executive Mayor. That we have concluded on the portfolio of index. We will now continue to the order of business under point 11. The urgent matters submitted by the municipal manager. Is none, MM?
Oh, none.
Point 12, consideration of notice of motions. We have none. On point 13, the consideration of notice of questions that we have received. We have the response ready. Let me just read into the records the motion received. Is following. Dear Councillor Terblanche, motion of questions. I, Councillor Tembela Mslana, hereby give notice in terms of Council Standing Rules of Order, bylaw of my intention to pose the following questions at the next ordinary council meeting or special council meeting. First question. It has come to our attention that the Director of Corporate Services employment contract was terminated effectively on the 31st of the cards. Do you just want to share them? For those who doesn't have it in front of them. Was terminated effectively on the 31st of August 2022. Please confirm the status of Ms. Mpaswa's employment status in Bitou Municipality. That's question 1. Question 2. If the above point be affirmative, what were the factors that brought about the termination of the employment contract? Question 3. Who authorized the unilateral termination of the employment contract of the Director of Corporate Services? Question 4. Were there any settlement negotiations between Bitou Municipality and the Director of Corporate Services with regards to the termination of the employment contract? Question 5. If the answer to point 4 is affirmative, what were the detailed terms of those negotiations? Have those terms been fulfilled? Done and signed on 26 September 2022. The mover is Councillor Mslana and the seconder is Councillor Mangaba. So we will now allow sufficient time to respond on these motions of questions. Yes, sir.
I say you have an unsigned copy. Don't know. Was we submitted signed copies?
Listen, what happened? What we've picked up through we did not pick it up on the records. That's why I've said the last time. I've admitted there was errors on the original one. Hence, we are now dealing with this that we could have found on from the copies. That's why we are dealing with it now, Councillor Mslana.
I am so shocked, Speaker, I must say, that you could find an unsigned copy. Very shocked. I must say, maybe something is being done somewhere. Because we have handed in your office signed copies. And those copies are supposed to be stamped as well. Now you are giving us these unsigned, and I hear someone saying, it's not even signed. Where did you get this one?
Councillor, like I've said, we went into the records, we couldn't find.
Speaker, do you have answers?
We have answers, sir.
Speaker.
Councillor Kabai.
Speaker, the procedure that you have taken, when these questions of motions were submitted to you, written, the posture that you have taken, you took them, therefore, they must be answered in writing. That is meaning they will be addressed to councillors in writing, in an agenda that you are responding to the motions of questions that were given back to you. Now, again, procedural, Speaker, you don't take something that is not signed. You reject it. Because when it comes to you, it must be signed and stamped so that it can be recorded at the records section. So that when we want to retrieve, there must be evidence. Really, I'm shocked, and the way you were saying is that you are going to answer them here now. If then they were going to be oral, merely by the time there was that council meeting, then therefore they should have been answered orally in that meeting. By saying we will come back to you, then therefore you are saying to us, I will be responding to you in a written form. This is not acceptable. We must probe now. How did you get something that is not signed? This is confusing, and you allowed it to come here now. It's a whole story. It's full of, I don't know. I really don't know.
Councillor Tabai, I have read into the records the motions that I can ask for advice, and then I never said we're gonna, I said we have answers. It can be written. I am seeking advice on how to respond. I am just now reading into the records the motions of questions received. In terms of the response, I will seek advice, and then we'll respond either here today or you have requested a written response. I am just seeking advice.
Speaker, let me follow. I don't know whether I'm going to ask a question or I'm going to clarify. Speaker, let me repeat myself again. Procedure, as a speaker, you are supposed, as you have accepted the motions of questions, and immediately you respond, as you have responded, that we will look at the matter, and it takes a month or at the next council meeting, if I can recall. That's what you said. Immediately, you mentioned that you are saying to us, you will respond in writing. Then they will be reflected in a council agenda so that we can be able to peruse and see the responses. That's what you were supposed to do. And you left it unattended for 3 months to 4 months. Now, when I raise it in the morning, now surprisingly, you come with something that is not even signed. Now, I don't know whether we must ask you, where did you get this? Because I believe councillors cannot submit something that is not signed. It was supposed, if you receive this that is not signed, you're supposed to throw it in the bin and reject it. It's so unfortunate now that you are bringing something that is not even signed and stamped. Where are the motions of questions that were signed and stamped, brought in your office, and you agreed in this council that you have received them?
Councillor Tabai, this morning I had it ready. I'm saying I didn't want to respond this morning, but as you are saying procedurally, I just thought that I have it and we have prepared the response answers. And now you're saying you don't want it to address it unsigned. Can I ask to seek from the and crowd's advice?
No, thanks, Chair. Let's clarify the one thing first. You received the unsigned motion from myself. I have received it from Councillor Manham. He has emailed it to me. He was a speaker, was honest in the last meeting in terms of what he said and what he just said now, that he could not find the signed motion. He was honest in terms of that. There's no doubt about his honesty in terms of saying that he could not find that. Councillor Mangaba emailed it to me. Then I said to the speaker, this is the motion. I had not seen this motion. I said to the speaker, here is a motion. We are able to respond on this matter. So you can make a decision that we respond now and close the matter if it's going to be closed. If it's not going to be closed, but at least we responded on the matter. So that is how the speaker got it from me. And there is nothing sinister or illegal in terms of that. If the councillors feels that this motion should not serve because it's not signed, the speaker should get the sense from the House in terms of that determination. But as you stated, that the signed motion got lost and it's not in records. The records people also look for it. So if it's a determination of this council that the motion, because the reason I'm saying so, Speaker, that you must get a determination is because there's nobody objecting on the content of this motion. The issue is the signed one and unsigned one, which we have already clarified yourself. I'm ready, Speaker, then to give that advice. Alan, I don't know if there's anything that you want to speak at.
I will be with you now. You see, you are addressing on this. That's why I read it into. This is what I have received. It is up now to the mover or the seconder. Do they wish to continue? It is, I've explained it previously. That's why I was just reading. Do you wish to continue or no? Speaker.
I move for.
The mover, I must ask you, do you wish to continue in this form?
Can I just clarify? Can I just clarify also, because I was just to double check, there's also a thought about the process that the speaker is supposed to write, to respond in writing. Let me read Rule 37 for the benefit of everyone. Notice of questions, 37, subject to section 41, the speaker may not accept any unless notice therefore has been given in terms of subsection 2. Every notice of motion by the member to introduce a question must be in writing, motivated, signed, dated, delivered to the municipal at least 6 working days before that. The member to whom the question is put may answer the questions at the meeting referred to above if the member elects to answer orally. So there's nothing that prevents the speaker in responding to these motions orally, or that he must respond in writing. That's the rules of order of this council that were given when we assume appointment in this council.
I will be with you now. Councillor Mhlana first, then.
Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor, sorry. Continue, Councillor. I see you. No, I do know your hand was up all the time. Sorry, Councillor.
Speaker, I do think that I understand the issue of this is obviously concerned. I do also understand that if you look at the date this motion is, time is elapsed. But also, if I look at these items, I do feel that we have actually dealt extensively with the conditions of the previous director's termination, or whatever you call it, of a contract. Council has been informed formally. So I'm not sure if these questions are still relevant.
Will be with you, no, it's Councillor Mhlana, then Councillor Manhaba. You had your chance, Councillor. And Councillor Manhaba.
Speaker.
Councillor.
I'm going to speak.
No. You had your fair chance. I'm not running away from you.
Away from me.
You wish to have a follow-up. You never said intention of a follow-up. I'm not running away.
It's me who raised this issue.
But you never asked for a follow-up.
No, don't run away from me.
There was an answer. You never asked. Councillor Tabai, you didn't ask for a follow-up. It's not
to make excuses now about the flaws that you are doing.
You have not asked for a follow-up.
No, don't do that. Listen to me. Listen to me.
No.
This motion.
Councillor Mhlana, I'm recognizing you. I've not read it. You were answered. You did not ask for a follow-up. Councillor Mhlana, Councillor, you are misbehaving.
No.
You did not ask for a follow-up. Councillor, you wish to continue?
You are a delinquent speaker, serious. Speaker, this, as much as the MM has read what was written in terms of the rules, this is out of, and this is not acceptable. This shows that we are not taken serious as councillors in this council.
And as much as we are in opposition, it doesn't mean that we must be undermined. This is undermining.
5 months.
Because you see now, there's a councillor that is raising the issue of dates. You yourself has acknowledged the receipt of these questions. That was last year. You submitted these questions 6 days. We have followed the rule. 6 days before the meeting. And you could not give a response to this. We know it is your right how you respond, whether you respond or you do not respond, but your acknowledgement of receiving these motions binds you. And this morning, when this was raised to you, you rushed to get this so that you table it here. And that on its own, Speaker, it's undermining. You are not taken serious. I don't want to say you are a delinquent, but we are really not taken serious. It's council. And it's bad. It's a bad reflection to yourself as a speaker.
Speaker, I must remind this House that the reason why we as the opposition went for a motion of questions, it was because of such behavior that whenever we raise something at council, after a vote, we must continue to the next item. This cannot be treated like such. Ideally, the reason why we sat and we compiled it thoroughly, it was so you sit with whoever you sit with and make sense of what is going on as per that case. Be it Mrs. Mpashwa is still here or no longer with us, procedure is procedure. The day that this item came to council and was closed, it was because we were overpowered. We were not pleased with what we received. Hence, we made time and made concerted efforts to actually list exactly what is it that we require as access. Now, for us now to sit in a space where we are actually limited in terms of how to actually delve into the issue, we are limited in terms of what to say and what not to say about the issue at hand. Our role here is an oversight role. And if you guys are going to be crippling us from actually doing our job, then there's no point of us being here.
Councillor Kolwapi.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I will just speak on the experience of being an impact chairperson and the concerns that the Auditor General always picks up. It is very important, the whole community that has been at the council. For me, honestly, this one, it doesn't give the proper record. Even if one day when Auditor General wants to audit the minutes and things that are taking place in the council, this will not have a true reflection of what it's supposed to be. As we know that anything that comes in, it goes straight to the records. The records are, for me, now become disappointed on the record side. I hear the other side that you were not getting it, you find some other measures. I wanted to know, I was curious, the procedure of records. How does the procedure they do when things are coming in? They put in, they stamp, and they bring it forward. Are they not making a copy of saying we've got a copy? Maybe the effort of going to find a copy from records with this. Besides what Councillor Kamkam has brought in, I think that alone, let us not take it that it should be like that. Let us get a fair chance of let this go back. I would propose, let this go back. Let's find a proper signed one so that in the council, we deal with things that are signed, that all of us, we can say one day, this was signed, we saw it, it was stamped, it was a proper thing, because this could be just a gossip. If we say this is this, we can take it that it was just a gossip that was brought here and whatever. The time, let's not mind about the time, because it is only now as a Speaker of the Council, you decided to bring it now. Let's not dwell on that one that we have extensively talked about it. Let it come rightfully in a right way. Then we started to indulge in it. It is only that time will determine that everything was answered then. But let's do the proper way of just the authenticity of doing things and the respect of the council. I'm just appealing on that platform. Let's return it back and we apologize. I'm just speaking on the sense of impact and how I know Auditor General, even if it comes after 20 years, this, because they don't have a time of saying when they deal with this thing of this year, the next thing it might not. Something can come right now. We're dealing with thing of COM F25, things that were not recorded well in this council. It has come back again. It's gonna haunt us. Just on basis of that, I'm appealing. Let's reverse this thing.
Amen.
Thanks to you. Thanks, Chairperson of FF. Also, Councillor Bota. Waited in my office, they were submitting a motion in terms of Rule 37(2). They waited in my office before I read what it said. I want to bring facts on the table because I want to speak about facts, what is in front of us. Akona said that I would not be coming back. I've got interviews. They waited for me. And when I came back, I entered through this door to the interviews. They caught me here. They gave me 37 to every motion. And I want to read it very slowly. Every motion, every notice of motion by a member to introduce a question of motion must be in writing, motivated, signed, dated, and delivered to the municipal manager. But I don't like me. These are the rules of order that you have adopted. Delivered to the municipal manager. I want to be on record here. There is no motion, as I said last time, that was delivered to me. It was delivered to the speaker. The speaker does not deny that. The speaker, however, stated that through that process, he was trying to process records, it got lost, and is on record in saying that. And in records, it would have come to me, but there is no motion that was delivered. This matter came to my attention now. I said to the speaker, make a determination, my view, let's respond because we've got answers on these matters. Even if they were not sufficiently answered, just what Councillor Kamkam raised, number 2 to number 5 were not asked last time. It was only number 1 which was asked in that meeting. The other questions were not asked. I said to the speaker, make a determination. You have the copy. Table it if council must determine if they want it to be answered now, we can answer the matter, So I just want us to talk about process and procedure that we have adopted, Then on the lighter note, Chair, I almost replied wrongly because somebody while we were having lunch asked me when Michael Rode resigned as a director, did he not apply for PMU manager position, which is under the director? So I almost answered wrongly because my mind was something else, but that's on a lighter note because Michael Rode did apply for the position that is lower than the director. That's somebody that asked me from one of you guys, but that's on a lighter note. It did happen in this municipality. Thanks, Speaker.
Thanks, Amen.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to actually bring it to memory because I think you are getting it twisted. I will not go as far as saying you're lying, but I will jog your memory because clearly there's a short-term loss there. If you still remember, we had a session at Lookout. We had to come up to actually have it printed and signed. Both your office and the Speaker's office received. Yours was brought back to Lookout, and by the time I was already there, the envelope came through, you signed, and it left. How it never made it to your desk, it still surprises me because it was brought by a messenger to you and you signed it at that table we're sitting at.
Not true, sir.
Let's leave with this.
Not true. At Lookout Deck, Speaker, I have not received. I heard about this.
Remember?
Discussed with you, there, Councillor, that I hear about the motion. Even when it was asked, what motion are we talking about? I asked myself what motion we're talking about. I came back, I asked Akona, did you receive this? I've got email records and responses of Akona saying whether she received on this. So those I can provide to council. I have not received this motion. It must not be something new now. In the previous meeting when this matter was raised, I said in front of you, what motion are you talking about? So it must not be something new now that I have received it. That's on record, that the municipal manager did not receive this motion.
If my office received the motion, it's something that I did follow up with Akona, which I can investigate if she has received and signed for that motion. Either way, Councillor, if you are saying I've signed, you suppose in terms of processes, you have two copies. One that I signed and the one that I signed two copies. I give one copy to you and then I return one other copy. So I've never signed. I did go and check the motion that was submitted by Councillor Kolabi. I signed 3 pages, same content. So please, I have not signed Councillor Mangaba, and I think it must be, we can talk outside the meeting in terms of who's making a mistake, but I have not signed any copy. You would have, if I have signed, you would have received a copy, your copy, which I've signed, and with your signature and my signature, and then I would have had my copy, the second copy, and then I would have had the third copy, which go to records if we're actually signed. So that's where the matter is, Jeff.
I will allow Councillor Mhlana and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Speaker, you know, I think I'm just going to speak for the last time. But this speaks to the credibility of this council. Now, the MM says he never received the motion and he reads the rule. Yet he brought this from Councillor Mangaba. Because if he understands the rule, he's supposed to say, Councillor Mangaba, you cannot submit this to me. That's not how the procedure is supposed to. As he is saying that this was given to the speaker.
Speaker, I've got respect for you, Councillor. Can I do a point of correction?
Yeah.
Because you're saying, if I understand, Councillor Mangaba emailed it to me, yes, to the municipal man. That's what the rules are saying. Today, he emailed it today. While we were sitting, he emailed it to me and even informed me. So I gave it to the speaker.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying. He done it correctly, Councillor. I don't want to be in a dialogue. He's done it correctly. And as a municipal manager, I've received it. I've given to the speaker. This is a motion that is being referred to. I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry to disturb you.
Yeah, but the Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Speaker, this is not how things are supposed to be done in your council. I still stand by that. I'm not sure whether now this must go back and come back in a proper way, but we need to do things properly, Speaker.
Speaker?
Okay, Speaker, what I think, if it is fine by the mover and by the seconder, as you have suggested, that do they still want this to serve or must it go back? If they also agree with Councillor Kolwapi, I think let us take the advice of Councillor Kolwapi so that we start this thing over and it came back again to the council and it must go through the municipal manager as it is saying that Section 37 is advising. And also to add of what all municipal manager is saying, yes, we were left in the lookout restaurant when we were having a workshop. We didn't know where they rushed off to Councillor Mhlana and Councillor Sam. They left us on the table. Then when they were coming back, it is only that we knew that they were submitting a motion at the municipal buildings. Then we also take it as a joke, not the motion. We didn't take the motion as a joke. We were just laughing that, how guys, you are leaving us here. Meanwhile, you know that you are going to submit such thing. Why did you not tell us? So I want to agree with the MF that he never received a copy that day. He only knew when they were coming back, and we were laughing on that. So if we can all agree and take the advice of Councillor Kolwapi and start this thing over, if still we want it to serve in the council. Thank you.
I take it also. Thank you, Councillor Kolwapi. Councillor Tsabai.
Let me assist. Let the troublemaker assist. Speaker, this must be done procedurally. Let it go back. I think you must ask the indulgence of Councillor Mhlana and Councillor Mangaba to sign, and they must be stamped so that this is property of council now. It was supposed to be that meant. For the records, that it goes to records And again, procedurally, I want to repeat this again. We must not be confused here. When a motion of questions is written, it's written within 6 days before council. Then therefore, it says, these are the motions, then it's the prerogative of the speaker in council to acknowledge these motions of questions and say they will be answered, they will be looked at in the next council meeting. That's what has happened. So unfortunate that you never did that. These motions were presented to you on the 26th of September. We are still talking about them in January, that is 5 months. So I'm trying to say to you, you've erred on this, accept, because we were going to take it up because it has never been done. Ever since I was in this council. There are so many councillors who wrote motions of questions here, and there were answers in writing, recorded, if there is that procedure of 6 days. And council speaker acknowledges the motions, and immediately the next council meeting, they are answered in terms of records. Because this is a council matter, and it must be in the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plana, I yet again humble apologies. I take it that you will sign, and then we will put it through the records, and then you will receive your response. Is that okay with you as a mover?
Yeah.
Seconder, Councillor Mangaba, is that okay?
As it stands, because I've been waiting for answers.
Thank you very much. Let's move. Point 14.
Whip.
And on the consideration of motions of excellencies, we have received none. Councillors for that, directors to the public, we have now moved, we're going to move now into in committee. We need 5 minutes break to prepare, and then we will come back. Thank you.
There's not many breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did some.
It's a break in the